showing up. People in chat are saying that they're not seeing anything.
I don't see it as well. Okay. By some reason, yeah, it's not going.
Okay, yeah, it's not going. It says live on StreamYard on the corner there. It says live, but
now I see it. I think. Hold on.
Are we live now?
We are live now. Yeah, guys, it seems like we had a trouble there.
Oh, we're live now. Let's go. Welcome to MyFundedFutures and MyFunded TV. Sorry for that glitch with YouTube. What do? We just roll with it, right? I am Terry Trades, and we have our expert traders, Tom Sabo and Nick Does Futures.
Oh, yeah. Hello, everybody, again.
Hi, everyone. Nick was on a roll. Nick was giving you guys a great analysis, and then I was like, oh, excuse me. Sorry to interrupt.
I like this. All right. That's going to bring us luck, so I like it.
Yes, we are off to a good start. It will bring us luck. Nick, do you want to share your analysis with us again, please?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, go ahead. Yeah. Well, let's go.
Let's go.
Let's see.
Better late than never, guys. So it's actually lucky. It's a lucky thing.
It is a lucky thing. Definitely.
Just got to get my chart moved over here.
Mainly
was just talking about the economic calendar. The Monday, no news today, but Tuesday and Wednesday we have PPI and GDP and unemployment, and then Thursday obviously is Thanksgiving, so we'll be off that day. And then there's no news on Friday as well. So Monday through Wednesday is going to be actually not kind of is going to be majority of the trading week right there. So, in terms of the charts here, I don't really see a whole lot on the daily chart. So I'm really basing this off of the 4 hour, and that is how I will determine whether to be bullish or bearish this week. If we can get a close above this 67.25 on NQ, which is this 4 hour gap, you could look to target the buy side up here. If we displace lower, we do have some daily relative equal lows down here at 64.29, but it's really going to depend on this 4 hour gap. Like, this price respect it? And if not, it's probably going to go for this buy side right here. So that's what I got on ES right there. And it's sort of the same on NQ. I don't want to see a close. If you want shorts, you don't want to see a close above 25.046 on the 4 hour chart. Because then you could, like I say, reach for this buy side. On the daily chart, like I said, you have daily relative equal lows down here at 23.281. So a lot of my trading today, at least, is going to be based off how well do we displace, once we run this previous day high. Do we come up here and sort of like just give like a tag and then go lower, which is what I would like to happen, or do we just keep displacing higher? So that's all I really have for NQ and ES. As for gold, the daily chart is consolidating just like I thought once we came into this daily SIBI. And if you look at the 1 hour, it's kind of showing that as well. Not really any clear displacement like this right here or this up here or any of this other stuff. So kind of going to be hands off until one of those levels gets hit. That's at 39.97 and 41.34 on gold right there. So yeah, that's pretty much it for me. I don't know in terms of the weekly bias. I don't know which way I want to lean yet. I want to see how we do heading into 10 a.m. Do we reject once we run the swing high? I'll tell you what, a good point of interest to mark off. I'm actually going to do it on my trading charts here. Is to mark off. This is what I would do if I were you guys. I would just mark off this 4 hour gap to the downside. Right here, and I would do the same on ES. And then I would also mark off this buy side, which is also previous day high and then just set an alert on that until just kind of watch what happens around that level. That level is 66.78 on ES, and then on NQ that level is 24.596. So I'm mainly just going to be waiting until one of these levels is hit, because we do have some relatively good lows down here that I could look to target. I think price is going to draw to those once we run this highs. But yeah, no, that's pretty much all I got. Still kind of moving from this new week opening gap right here. So I'd like to see some accumulation, manipulate higher, and then distribute lower to this previous day low / relative equal lows. This is sort of my draw here. So yeah, that's it for me. I'm just gonna keep my charts right here and just wait and see what happens at open.
Thank you, Nick.
Thanks.
Tom, what are you thinking this morning?
Well, I checked everything, like for demand and supply zones, like I usually do, and so I just don't see my favorite levels so far. As much as I'd like to see those levels, there is one not too good one on NQ, so I'm going to start with NQ here. I do have a demand zone way lower, actually lower than this new week opening gap. So it's somewhere down at 242. That's the only thing as a zone I would say that the market could be going down for. But let me just do a quick recap here. So London session was kind of going sideways, not much of an action here. We took out, and I'm on the 15-minute time frame right now. So we took out Asia low, which is awesome. And we had a reversal. We went, first Asia high and then Asia low. So that was a nice play. I know that a lot of traders are using that strategy, but anyway, we took those out. Now we're moving to Friday high, which is at 596. I think it's pretty much close, like maybe at the open it will go into tag it. The problem is on my end, I don't see a target. So I usually don't go for previous day highs and lows. This is not really my strategy. For scalping purposes, it could be a good target. It's the closest target I can see. So I'm leaning a little bit more bullish here. Maybe I'll try to scalp it for at least 10, 15, if I can, maybe 20 points. I'll see what happens here at the open. I'm not really a fan of jumping in right now. And now I switch to the 5-minute time frame. I don't really see anything. So I just like Nick said, I checked everything. I was looking for levels. There is still a liquidity void below 361 down to 349 left over from this new week opening gap. I don't know if we're going to go down there. I would rather see a sell-off, to be honest. So we can tag that 596 for liquidity up there. But then I want to see a sell-off, a nice little waterfall going down all the way below that 361 and rebalance this gap completely. If I see that, maybe I will jump in. Maybe I will target that 360. Otherwise, it's a difficult read because if we go out on higher time frames and zoom out, we're practically in a consolidation. So I wish I could say more about NQ, but there's really not much to say about it. And a quickie for gold. During the London session, it perfectly took out a 1-minute supply zone. That was a really good textbook supply zone up there on the 1-minute chart. And I traded for it. So that was a nice trade in London session. We took out, of course, Asia high as well. And then we went for a buy side at 40.74. To the left, I checked everything as well for possible supply zones for a continuation. I don't see anything. Previous day high, which is Friday high. Sorry, not Sunday, but Friday high. I don't really calculate anything with the Sunday highs here, but that's 41.06, actually almost 07. So that would be a possible level. I'm not going to go long on gold. I don't see a target. And the same goes for sell side here. So I checked for demand zones. And, it's kind of weird, and it's a hard read. I switched to the 15-minute chart right now. Consolidation, if you just zoom out on the 15-minute, you'll see that it's just ranging. It's pretty hard. It's the same like NQ. It's a coin flip. So I don't even see, I don't know. Asia low is still there at 40.36.4. Maybe that would be a target if this would go to a little bit of a waterfall action here. So that's it on gold. Unfortunately, it's pretty much unplugged right now. If it goes higher, I don't care. If it would start to waterfall, then I would target the 4,036.4 as a short. But that's it. And again, back to NQ. Unfortunately, nothing. What I think at the market open, we can bust through that 600 level, that 596 maybe, and then possibly start to sell off. But we had this huge drop here on Thursday. And how about we go higher? Because if I look at that Thursday level, and this is just my final thought here, on the 15-minute chart, there is an absolutely beautiful textbook, never gets better than this, supply zone way up there. It's at 25,183. So it's way up there. I don't know if it's going to go up there, but that level is beautiful. I'm going to keep an eye on it for the rest of the week for sure, whatever happens. But for now, this is it for NQ. I'm just going to wait. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
You're welcome.
Chat, what are you guys thinking? Are you looking for longs? Type in 1, type in 2 if you're looking for shorts, and type in 3 in chat if you're going to sit on your hands and wait. And
Just
no
wait.
trades.
No trades. Yeah. So yeah, I have this new habit of mine. Like I like to jump in at the open. It seems like whenever I'm here at MyFunded TV, I just love to take some pressure, which is awesome. But I'm not gonna take a trade, I think, for now. But yeah, I'm curious.
Right. Yeah, I'm curious to see if we get a gap fill. NQ is up by 240 points. I am tempted to put in a little tester. Just like, let's go. Let's just see what happens. A little tester here. I'm going to put in 1. We'll do 1. Sell market, micro. So this is just a little tester, baby. Oh, guess what I'm trading right now?
Oh,
what are you trading?
I'm trading the Big Daddy account, the 150K Pro eval.
There you go. That's all you need.
My dream has come true.
The dream account. All right.
Yes, exactly. The G-Wagon account. Okay, so I'm gonna put a stop above here. Yesterday's high. Yeah. I see that consolidation that you were talking about. Yeah, I see that. So this is a little tester. I would love to see a full gap fill. Anything can happen. It could take out the overnight high. It could take out yesterday's high and then trade back down. I don't know. Or it could just like take off like a banshee, right? Like we just don't know.
Yeah, it kind of. Yeah, sorry. Go on. Sorry.
Oh no. Go ahead.
No, I just noticed on the 5-minute, it kind of looks like a potential bullish breaker. It's not really like a bullish breaker, but maybe it is. Yeah, I think it is. Maybe Nick could confirm this, but I think it's a potential bullish breaker by ICT terms on the 5-minute, and maybe now that it pulls back into this fair value gap on the 5-minute chart, it might gonna take up some liquidity and go higher. Who knows? That kind of indicating a potential bullish push maybe after the open, but just something I saw here. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely is, but you definitely want to see more speed and displacement around that. Like once it comes and makes that low, and moves past that failed order block, you want to see it, move it with speed.
Yeah,
like it looks like from 4:30 to 6:30, it kind of took a while. It took like 2 hours to get through it. So, you just want to see more speed, is all.
Yeah,
that's like cool. the point. That's the difference between like what was the last week we were talking about mechanical and discretionary? Like, yeah, mechanically that's a breaker. Like if you look at it, but it took 2 hours to form, from when it made the low. So it's like that's that discretionary part. You know what I mean?
Yeah, not to mention, but we are at market open, so just like at London Open, and we are here at New York Open, you used to see these fake moves. So I always see. I mean, like 8 out of 10 times, I kind of see that London is also doing its own fake moves, obviously with the lower volume, but it used to make that at 3 a.m. Eastern Standard. And we should not forget the fact that New York can also play us dirty here at the 9:30 open. So even if anyone in the chat, you guys are looking to to go into a long position immediately, maybe it would be the best idea just to wait a little bit. It might want to sweep some levels below 490. So just be careful. Yeah. We'll see.
How'd y'all do last week trading?
Sorry? Good. I did good.
Last week trading? You did pretty good?
Yeah, I can share. I got a really big payout from MyFundedFutures.
Okay. Terry was murdering the market last week. Absolutely.
Because remember, I requested live on air. Remember the 50K scale account? Last was it Monday? I think I requested, and then I can share. I requested. This is how much I was able to request, and I requested almost all of it. I was like, I've got things I want to buy.
Make the money, take the money. It's Christmas coming, so that's
exactly. So after the split, it was about like it was almost $7,000 into my bank account.
Wow.
Yeah, thank you.
1, 2,
Let's go.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's in my bank account.
That's it.
Right?
It's easy.
Yeah, no, it's good stuff, Terry.
Thank you. Yeah, it was a good week. Yeah.
Was that all just from trading last week, or like, how was it like, was it like over 2 weeks or 3 weeks time, or what?
No, that was all last week.
Ash is in the chat. Hello, Ash. What's up?
Hey, what is up, Ash? Ash is in the house. Yeah, I was like, ooh, this rapid add-on is like meant for me. I'm just gonna step on the gas. Let's go.
And by the way, we still have the pro account discount, right? It's still going on, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Awesome.
The 50K pro account add-on, you can pass within 1 day. It's 20% off. I don't think it's even an add-on, right? It's just a sale. So use code YouTube for that when you check out. Thanks, guys.
Yeah. So
how was your week, Tom and Nick?
Well, last week was a little bit slow. I'm actually satisfied. It was a little bit slower than usual. I'm not going to lie. I was a little bit frustrated. I was having a hard time reading the market. I was having more like stops than usually I have. So I was having a hard read. But overall, it was a real good experience. So slow baby steps forward, I would say so. But it was good. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't say it was a slow week last week. I just got caught off guard by some things. Like, for example, this move right here. Not that I lost money on it. It was just kind of like, how did it not? This move up on Thursday, running pretty high, and then all of a sudden just died. It didn't take any of this buy side on ES or in Q, and it just sort of died from right here. And then just, what was this, like 1,000 points? 1,200.
Oh, yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
Usually when big moves like that happen, and I'm just not expecting it, I'm just like, whoa. You know what I mean? So that's why it led to me Friday not taking anything at all, because it was just so didn't see it coming, right? And Friday, it looks like I didn't really miss much anyway. It looks like we had some consolidation, but like no real displacement in there either. So yeah. It was all right. The week before last was better, but we got better news ever since the government has reopened. It's definitely
better.
It's been better.
Yeah.
I was like, honestly, was that the first? Yeah, it's the first time I've been trading since the government shut down, because the last one was in 2018. So I'll definitely make note of those conditions, and probably if the government shut down for 35 days, maybe I will trade, but maybe I'm just sort of like super light size and just trying to get through it rather than trying to push the envelope a little bit. Because I mean, those events, though, it's been literally 7 years since we've had one. So I'll definitely remember it.
Yeah, I think that's something that's hard to get used to. Like, I'm still trying to get used to it, as far as how some weeks you can make the entire month salary for you, and then there's weeks where it's just awful, and then there's weeks where maybe you end the week with like $200. So it's
well, like,
it's
see,
hard to get
ending
used
the
to.
week $200 after $8,000 week, or what? Let's just say you had an $8,000 week 1 week, and then the next week you had $200. And let's say you only took like one trade and it was like break even roughly. See, that's the win right there. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
Because your setup the week before gave you $8,000 in profit. The next week it only gave you like one setup. But most people, I guarantee you, if they made $8,000 profit 1 week, they're coming into Monday morning like super high ego, and so they're just gonna implode. So that's actually very, very hard to do.
Yeah, that's a typical mistake. Like just like you said, making one day $8,000 or $10,000, and it's a rookie mistake. And they are expecting the same thing to happen the next day. Like, no, it's not like that.
No.
Yeah, exactly. I've noticed that pattern in my trading, like where I can build an account and request a lot of money, or like I'm just building, and then I have a tendency to go quickly from A to Z as far as sizing. So like all of a sudden my brain thinks like, oh, you have like thousands of dollars to put risk on. And then I go from like trading, 1 micro to 10 minis.
Easy.
Exactly. And then it's like the amount you're risking, it goes bye-bye so quickly. Yeah, it is something that to be aware of. Exactly. And
all it takes is a bad moment.
Yeah. It's just I think that is a skill as far as learning how to size, how to scale up, which Ash has been sharing. Shout out to Ash and your live account. You've been doing an amazing job at those skills. But yeah, that is a skill with sizing. Okay, here we go. 14 minutes until the market's going to open.
Oh my gosh, I'm going to hold my breath and let's see. I don't even have a position. I don't know why I'm nervous. No, I'm not. Let's see, everybody.
Ooh.
Here we go.
It's woman.
Nobody's speaking now.
No, it's okay.
Be quiet. Let's see how it goes.
Not scared.
Yeah, I'd like to see it run this buy side. Previous day high. We are moving from the new week opening gap, and there hasn't really been much displacement from it. So it's just sort of been consolidating. And so I want to see a high taken, and then that high will correspond inside of this 4-hour gap. And then from the 4-hour gap, we want that to be used as like, some sort of resistance to target down to this sell side, which is this relative equal low. So yeah, hopefully we can get something like that. I would love. It's set up pretty nicely, but knowing my luck, and since I tweeted out my analysis, it'll probably just rip to here, and everyone, I can just get clowned on Twitter. So I gotta love it when that happens.
Don't worry about it.
Ooh, look at that big green candle forming so far. It looks like we are pushing higher. My little test position is underwater by about $70-$80.
It's fine. That's manageable.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
That's manageable.
Now it's down by about $50. It is very, very manageable. Exactly. Like, it's important, I think, to keep in context your whole account, right? Like, and for me, like how I trade, and everyone does things differently, but for me, like, this is an eval. And once I start to build some profits in it, I will use that to kind of leverage up a little bit. And that's how I pass evals in 2 days. I don't recommend it, right? Everyone do your own thing. But that's kind of how I do it. Like, this eval was already up over $3,000. And I just started this eval. This is day 1. So like, if I lose some money on the trade, it's not a big deal.
Not a big deal.
Yeah, exactly. So like, it's still up 3,900 on the on the day. Oh my goodness, look at this push.
Yeah,
Holy
so we went through that
guacamole.
600 level, and from here, well, I mean, it can go, who knows for how far. I wanted to see a sell-off, but if it keeps so strong like this, well, I don't know. I guess we have to aim for the round number at 700 and then higher. I don't see any level to the left, so I'm not gonna do anything with this until it's not going to go to a sell-off, which who knows? I don't think it will. Just seeing this strong push here.
Yeah. Not yesterday's VWAP, so not Friday, but Thursday's, it was about 783. It could potentially reach up to that level, maybe.
Like the CES take that high as well. The NQ just took, and then from there just sort of die would be nice.
Yeah.
But another big thing is wait till, if you want to see how we displace heading at 10 a.m. If we're displacing through this and we close up here, or somewhere around in like the 800s, and it's probably like, okay, that idea may be off the table. There it is right there.
Wow.
I
do feel a bit of a FOMO here, I must say, because I was like, oh, maybe I should jump into the 600, but yeah, anyway.
It's okay. There'll be lots of trades for us.
Oh yeah. So yeah, it's going up pretty strong. If there's going to be no pullback, it's just going to go through 700 like hot butter through knife, and vice versa. or knife through butter, and butter poured onto a knife. But we're going to go through that 700. I know, I was just
Can you believe this?
It. Yeah.
Whoa. I feel like we haven't seen an open this strong. I mean, the low was 513. The high so far is 680, just within the first 5-minute candle.
You're welcome, everyone.
There you go.
I tweeted out. I'm telling you. I tweeted out. Market said, okay, he's going here. We're going to go this way.
Oh, my goodness.
So, yeah, both buy sides taken. So, really, the price is still trading inside this 4-hour bearish gap. The only way, like, this doesn't, I don't look for shorts this morning, is if the 4-hour closes above 67.26 on NQ. I'm sorry, ES, and then 25.039 on NQ. And then from there, I still have buy side up here. I have buy side 300 points above me at these relative equal highs. So I'm not worried about it at all. I have targets on both sides. So it's just a matter of what price is going to give me. I just prefer short because it just, looks cleaner.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Now NQ is up over 400 points. The second 5-minute candle pushed even higher.
I feel the train left the station, so I don't know what to do. And we're going to wait patiently, of course. If this one's going to go higher, the only thing that we can do, especially if you're using some sort of a trend following thing, wait for a pullback, and then, I don't know. Well, we got to find a level to go for. But on the 5-minute, I'm not even watching the 1-minute levels. There would be a fair value gap somewhere at, let's see, 814 would be the next one on the 5-minute. So that would be the next level of liquidity, or buy side liquidity I would go for on a pullback. But otherwise, I don't know.
It is so strong. Yeah, I just kind of wait. We have to wait. It's already up 1.6%. Yeah. Tom, you're thinking waiting also?
I definitely going to wait. If we see a pullback, then maybe I have an idea. I already shared this here at MyFunded TV a few times. I talk a lot about this on my stream as well. Like, I do have an evaluation account dedicated at MyFundedFutures, especially for a certain set of indicators, which is basically based on exponential moving averages. And my goal is to get a payout only based on those indicators, just to prove the point to me and to everybody that risk management is possible. So if I see a pullback according to those EMAs, I might going to take a long position, but only strictly on an eval. I'm going to be careful with the fundeds right now, but so far, after a strong move like this, what I usually see, it's if it's not going to invert. So there's a there's a 1 minute fair value gap in between like 630 and 594. So if this market is going to stay, I would say above the 600, then I'm not going to look for shorts. That is for sure. So I'm going to stay bullish and maybe look for a pullback and then jump in. I'm just going to wait.
Yeah, another thing I can see happening here is if we close in 2 minutes and create a fair value gap in here, and we inverse it from not like in any time before 10 o'clock, that would be the only way I'd take a trade before like 9:45 ish. So if we just get a close below 537, ES is a little bit weaker than NQ, so just keep that in mind. Let's check and see what.
I always need to remind myself that we have so much time until 10 a.m. So 22 minutes, 21 minutes, it's like an eternity here. So there's still a lot of ways to go here. So gotta wait for it.
Yeah, all of the major tech stocks are up right now. Google and Tesla are both up 5% or 4.5. So
I'm wondering, by the way, without taking sides or anything in politics, I don't want to go into politics, but I'm just wondering how this geopolitical thing about closing the war with this new deal is going to affect the markets in a way, or anyhow is going to affect the markets. I would be interested what happens on Thursday or Friday. Yeah, most likely we're going to have some news about it.
I did see a great question. Let's see. Borshan asked, a little discretion is always needed when entering a trade. Where do you draw the line between robotic trading and full discretionary trading?
Oof, wow, what a question.
I know, it's a good question.
Yeah. We could talk about this for hours, by the way, because there's no simple answer to this. It's just raising a lot of more questions, like where to draw the line in between robotic trading and discretion. Oh my gosh, I don't know. What do you guys think?
I think it just sort of depends, like what we were talking about with the government shutdown, right? Like, how was I supposed to know what the government was at trade like that? Because I mean, I don't have enough data for it. So now I have that. That's like a discretion. Like I'm not in a trade as much size during those times. Yeah, like you could see your setup and still take it, but I'm not going to, because with how the government traded during those times, I'm just not going to do it. So, or even during when you see that break, like Tom saw a breaker this morning during London, but it took 2 hours to get from the low to the high and the close above. So it's like, for me, that's just it checks all the boxes, but when you really break it down, that's like a huge difference right there.
Yeah,
at least for me. So
yeah, I think everyone is different. Figuring out what works right for you, how much discretion do you use versus how much systematic do you use. It seems like it is somewhat of a blend, unless you have a written out algo that's executing it. And even then, like, people might say, oh, okay, there's a big news event today, so I'm going to turn off the algo. And that's some discretion, right? So yeah, it is a blend. I think everyone is different, and it's finding what's right for you.
Yeah, and by the way, I would say you're going to only have your answer when you're kind of like forward testing. So chart time forward testing, which basically is trading. So having more experience, more chart time in a short period of time is going to tell you the difference. So you got to measure and you got to keep a tab on your profits or losses, depending if it was made by purely mechanical or automated system, or you made that trade only based on discretion. And you're going to see the numbers and you will make the decision as time goes on, like, should I follow this method or should I follow the other method? What is my intuition telling me? So it all comes down to collecting data, is what I'm trying to say. So where to draw the line between them, I think, first of all, because just like Terry said, it's different for everyone, and it's very subjective. You gotta keep a tab on your profits, on your losses. You got to journal. You got to do your reflections on your trading. And then you will have your answer, like which is the way that you need to follow, because otherwise it's going to be different for everybody. And you need the data. That's it. Yeah. So just my 2 cents.
Yeah, I did see Borshan commented that trading more systematically helps with controlling emotions. And I think that makes a lot of sense. Like
Yes.
if you're having a really hard time with controlling emotions and not being able to sit in trades for long enough, or cutting, kind of doing weird things, erratic trading, systematic, that is something that I tend to go to, like whenever my trading is like terrible and erratic and I'm just being super emotional. So just like going back to the basics, right? Like, okay,
nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, exactly. Just to simplify things.
And just like you said, and last week we talked about this as well. So if you feel like you're dealing with too much emotion, and I'm not talking about what is the cause of those emotions. It could be IRL stuff. But the thing is, if you're dealing with too much emotion throughout your trading, I would say try to find a very simple mechanical system. It can be indicators as well, because whatever you do at the end of the day, it's all going to be risk management, right? So choose a mechanical system. It should be very simple. It could be a moving average cross, or it could be, I don't know, many variations out there for free on YouTube or on the internet. You will find so many ways to do it, but stick with a very simple mechanical system and forward test it, back test it, 2 different kind of data, but collect the data, use proper risk management, and it's going to help you to eliminate emotions. That's it.
Emotions is such an account killer. Yeah. Nick, how do you deal with emotions?
I think it mainly, just for most people, it's a size thing. You know what I mean? I don't think it's as much as what's the word? Like, I don't think there's anything there, unless they just don't have a strategy, right? I think the main thing is they're trying to just do too much too fast. I think that's where they kind of get tripped up. But in terms of me, I just think you have to be aware of them, right? And you have to kind of listen to them. Most people just kind of say, swerve it, you know what I mean? Or just kind of like, I'll wing it, you know what I mean? So that's kind of the price reversed at exactly 50% of the is this an example AMD? Well, not yet. We need to see it displaced lower. I like how ES is kind of giving us everything I want. That's fine, but it's a pretty big level, even if you're not, even if you don't trade ICT. Like, this is previous day high was just taken. It is literally right at 50%, which is kind of crazy. But I want to see it start to move lower, though.
Yes.
I think if NQ dies, ES will follow as well.
Yeah. I did hop in short again. We'll see. Where'd it go?
Awesome.
Yeah, micro. My entry is 639. Look at YM. YM is negative by about like 50 some points. ES is, this is YM, the 5-minute chart. YM is looking like it's trading towards the lows from overnight. So we do have some conflicting information. This is ES.
Nice.
I don't know.
Yeah, ES inverse this 5-minute gap, so I think this could actually go lower. I think NQ is just taking a little bit of time.
Yeah. Oh, I hear an echo.
I heard that too. But it's cool.
Let's see.
Yeah, Smoke Trade says YM has its own mood. Definitely.
I can't remember when I traded YM. Yeah. Nick, do you trade YM? Do you trade YM, Nick, at all? Did you trade it?
Some people in Discord do. I don't know. I can't really figure it out. It kind of just, I hate when I look like NQ and I look at ES and then like YM is it's an indices, right? But like it's doing its own thing. I'm like, I just don't like stuff that kind of goes bonkers by itself. It does have some nice moves. Don't get me wrong, but I just don't know what to, relate it to. It's just kind of like
Yeah.
a wild man. You know what I mean?
Mhm. Sometimes I think about trading it, but then I don't.
No,
I
you
think
carry trades 100, so NASDAQ 100 is good for you.
yes, you're so right.
I was thinking to
I can't trade
trade
that.
crude oil, but I don't know. I think it would only work out during the New York session, I think, right? So in London session, I don't see that kind of volatility on crude.
Nah, you only have crude oil, and like the news is like at 10:30, 11. So it really wouldn't make sense to trade it in London session.
Yeah, gold just looks choppy.
We could, I guess. Does anyone in here trade crude oil during London? If anyone wants to.
I think it's not tradable. It's pretty much slow and gapped out. So I mean, it's just not, especially on the lower time frame. So in New York, it kind of gets good and it makes the move. But and I think it's reacting a little bit more to fundamentals. So you got to watch out for those news, even political news and whatsoever. I don't know how much are the technicals are good. So yeah, by the way, good question. If someone is more of an expert in crude, feel free to speak out, because yeah, it's an interesting market.
It is. Let's see. I'd love to see a turnover here. Be really nice.
Hey, Pine Tree, what's up?
What's up, Pine Tree?
Pine Tree trader in the house.
See how we close in the next minute. You could potentially take something like this to the downside. You just need like a retest of 66.57. Stop above here. Sorry. Got some relative equal lows from 430. I think we're gonna go to there.
Really?
Yeah. Okay. So you could take a short right here at 66.57. You go stop up really above.
I'm liking the idea.
Oh no, Tom's on my side. Market's
we are inverting a gap on that the gap I was mentioning on NQ. So yeah, I'm kind of liking it that we go down to 513 here. I like it. I like it. I like it so much. Let's go. Yeah.
My short's working.
You jumped into a short without telling us?
I told you guys.
Oh, you said, okay, sorry. Yeah, that's true.
I did.
All right, I jumped into a short as well.
I told you my entry price and everything.
Oh, sorry. I was locked in on the chart. Yeah, I remember. Yeah.
Thank you, Dan. Dan said she told us, smiley face. Yeah. Dan's got my back. Anything can happen. Maybe it's just going to trap the shorts, right? We don't know. This is interesting, though. The volume profile, this area needs some filling in. So it could potentially just chop around here.
Drop lower than. Okay. Yeah. That's pretty interesting to hear.
Yeah, I have noticed. Oh, I'm sorry, Nick. I have noticed with like fair value gaps, and oftentimes when I see a fair value gap, like I will see a very on the volume profile here, I'll see like very thinly traded also. So I think it's interesting to see the same information, but like differently, how you can see that information in the volume profile, but also in the candlesticks too.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, anything can be anything else in trading. So I think most people just try to, this is the cut and dry thing. Like, this is how you should do it. I'm like, just trade, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so we did tag this ES breaker right here. Didn't displace very nicely through it. Like how it's like wicked up. You could take this, however. Are there any Black Friday? Yeah, like MyFundedFutures, it literally has 3 sales going on.
Oh yeah.
The Scale add-on, Rapid, the Core add-on for a 3K payout, and then the Pro 1 day to pass add-on, but and 20% off.
Let's
So,
go.
Yeah, that's pretty much cool. Okay, it seems like it repriced a 1 minute gap here. My stop is right above the gap. I might gonna get stopped out here at 69.75. I don't want to take more risk on this, even if it goes back down. I don't know. I just don't. My entry is at the perfect level, just at the bottom here. I started to chase. I don't want to take more risk on this one, but yeah. Well, so I think I'm gonna get stopped out here. Yeah. It's only 2 micros, everybody. Don't worry. It's controlled risk. No stress about this one.
Yeah, one thing you can do too, like for me, like even though like this breaker right here corresponds with this one, right? However, NQ is much stronger. So I would have at least liked if I got this close on the downside below this breaker, like I marked off, I would have liked NQ to inverse this big bullish gap right here. Yeah. So the fact that it did it, I'm like, okay, well this is not probably not gonna work out because it's not showing any sort of strength weakness. Sorry. That's just kind of how you. That's another great example of discretionary, right?
Yeah.
That just comes from experience.
Well, it seems like it might want to go a little bit higher now. It's hard to read.
I don't know. Let's see. You could see a reversal if we go up and take this high on NQ and ES doesn't create SMT and then just kind of dump from there.
Yeah.
But yeah, this was a 519 to 683. Yeah, almost 200 points. Kind of wild.
Yeah.
I would still like these London lows to get taken. These are relatively equal right here. I just don't know how it's going to do it.
Yeah, I saw another great question. What do you think the most overrated, useless thing people in trading swear by?
Most overrated?
The most overrated thing that people swear by. I
don't want to start a debate here, so I got to be very careful with this. Debate.
Yeah.
There's so many things out there which I think is useless, but anyway.
I think what's useless is thinking that there is some holy grail. I think that's useless.
Yeah. I was gonna say that too.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of people kind of market that, because it's easier to sell because most people can't handle loss. Like if you tell someone you have a 60% win rate, people are like just gonna scroll right over. But if you say, "Oh, I have a 100% win rate," even if they know it's not true, they're still more inclined to watch it. You see what I mean? So
yeah.
It's it's easier to get people that way.
Yeah, to sell something.
Yeah.
So true. You guys, like my win rate last week was like about 50%. And I was able to take out that request was over $8,000 request and then a $2,000 request on Monday. So even with a 50% win rate, you can make money.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So it's all good. Exactly. Great questions.
Yeah, always got to be careful with those clickbait lines like 90% win ratio, and this is how I made $30,000 in 2 days with 90% win ratio. I would say run away immediately because that's not the way I like it.
I know. My ears are like trained to hear that now. Like when I hear it, I'm like,
yeah.
What?
That is like.
And then I run away.
That's a red flag right there.
Yeah.
Let's see there.
Ash says, with this win rate, I'm in my 7th month of the live account. Ash, I missed. So what was your win rate? I missed that.
Oh, yeah. What's the win rate there, Ash?
Let's see. Ash, Ash says 50% is where I live. And with that win rate, Amazing. Let's
That's
go.
perfect.
7 months.
50%. That's all you need. You can also be a winner with like 40% win ratio still. So obviously you need to aim for a little bit more than 1-to-1, but you can still print a lot of money with 40% win ratio.
Yeah. I've seen profitable traders with win rates of like 30-ish percent.
Oh yeah.
So yeah.
You gotta be prepared for more losses though. Obviously, these numbers are pretty clean. So lower win ratio, more losses. I mean, the number of losses are more, but obviously the reward is gonna be very good. But yeah.
Looks like we're moving higher. We're respecting that 5-minute gap on NQ. We did inverse it on ES and close below. But the fact is, this thing right here was getting respected at the same time. So that's probably why not the best trade to take here. Not enough areas on the buy side of the curve that were disrespected, right? So this fair value gap, it was respected to the upside, and then this order block which wasn't even tapped, didn't even get a chance to become a failed order block, which then becomes a breaker. On ES, it did. So that's kind of how I use them right there. So at this point, I would much rather prefer NQ go higher, take out this high, create SMT, and then go lower from there. So that's sort of we'll see how the 10 a.m. about to close here. It's currently traded inside of a 1-hour gap as well. There is no SMT inside there. So, but look at this 1-hour candle right here. See how it's failing to displace above the high? It's kind of telling me, except for NQ. NQ is just so strong. But we'll see what we get right here at the open. We'd like to see like a open high, take out this high, create SMT, and then low close going into that 11 o'clock hour, taking out these lows. But yeah, that's pretty much all I got right there. I think Dylan said he's done for the day. Needed $100 more. Take that payout after last Monday. So good stuff there.
That's easy, but don't force it today. You're good today, so that's it
for sure.
Yeah.
All right, I'll see you back here tomorrow. We got news
Nick.
tomorrow. I'm excited for that one. News Tuesday, Wednesday, and then Turkey Day on Thursday.
Oh yeah.
Thank you, Nick.
Thank you, Nick. Have a good one.
You too. Take it easy.
Bye.
Cheers, Nick. We love Nick. W's for Nick in the chat.
Yes. Turkey week. We
I love turkey.
Me too. I love it. It is something that I associate with the Thanksgiving holiday. So
I have a question here. Which asset is more toxic for mental health, NQ or gold? Oh my gosh. The question is not good. You should not say that these markets are toxic. These are not toxic. It's only toxic if you think about that it's toxic. The market's just doing its thing. It doesn't matter if it's gold or NQ or crude oil or soybeans, whatever. The market is just doing the stuff. Just got to take it carefully. That's it.
NQ's looking like it wants to make a new high of day here. Oh, I'm seeing gold for sure. People are saying gold, Tom.
Gold? Okay, so it seems like gold. All right. I've been told a lot in the past couple of years that you always got to be more careful with gold because gold is, I'm not going to say, but gold is can play some very dirty tricks on you. So, and I kind of seeing, especially in London, like you would say that, okay, gold is going to a certain level and it goes to those levels because at many times I do see that before it goes to those main levels, it just kind of likes to do those sweeps, sweeping the lows and highs. So I hate that when it does that. So it kind of gets on my nerves sometimes. So I do think that it could be more gold, but it's not toxic. You just got to be ready. You got to use wider stop, lower position size. You can still make some good profits on gold, I believe. Although only like 10, 15% of my trades are on gold. Yeah.
I do see a question. How do you handle losing streaks mentally and logically?
This single question could be like a topic for the whole month or the whole year, because this is like an never ending topic, how to handle it. First of all, there's no simple answer, right? Because it's subjective. So I would say it's a mindset game. It's you got to work on your mindset. It's psychology, it's mindset. Yeah. So, oh my gosh, this could go down to the deepest of the deepest things about this. Like, obviously, having the right emotional mindset. After a losing streak, I guess it's always depend on what kind of a losing streak. Were you blowing off funded accounts, or are you just losing a couple of trades? How bad of a losing streak it is. I think there are certain differences in between losing streaks, but if you like blew up all your funded accounts, and if you're just if you just lost your confidence, and if you're back to square one, ground zero, then it's best to, I'm not saying to step away, because I'm saying don't ever give up on trading. It's the best businesses out there in the world. So I'm not saying step away, but maybe like, small steps, get to an eval, focus on the setup, small position. That's what I always say,
I really like that, Tom. It's like the back to basics. And
Yeah.
and I know what helps me is when I just go down and trade one account, and that's it. It's like whenever I go on a big losing streak, it's like it's so easy to kind of feel like you've lost your way. And sometimes it's just probabilities. Sometimes, like if you're legit trading, just like whatever strategy it is that you're trading, and you just hit a losing streak like multiple days in a row, sometimes it's just like the randomness of probabilities, and you just can even though with a 50% win rate, you can hit a losing streak where you might have like 7 trades in a row that lose, because it's just the randomness of numbers and probabilities. And I think that's where it can get kind of tricky, because it's like, is it how I'm trading, or is it just the randomness of everything, right? And it's easy to lose your way in all of that, and then to like beat yourself up and feel bad about yourself and all of that. So what helps me is I just go back to basics. I go back to trading just one account. That's it. Trade small and slowly build that confidence back up, because like that feeling is awful.
Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with going back to the basics, and there's no shame in it. So, because I also got, I'm telling this to everybody also in my stream as well. I do get some DM messages every now and then with the same question, and I got the message back like, yeah, Tom, but it's kind of it's such a not a good feeling to go. No, there's no shame to admit, and even first of all to yourself, that you have to go back to the basics. It's actually a great thing. You got to look at the other side. You can now learn again from the start. You can maybe learn some new things. You can maybe add something extra to your risk management. I'm not saying to do strategy hopping. Okay, so I'm not saying that you should do another strategy. That is going to definitely slow you down on your journey, because, for example, you blew up a funded account, or you blew up your evaluation account that you worked for weeks or months even, and you say, okay, damn it, this is not my strategy, I'm going to try something else. Wrong. That's the wrong thing. Okay, so don't pay. Yeah, but by starting all over, stepping back does not mean that you should do the strategy hopping. One of the biggest mistakes I did early in my trading journey is that I wanted to try everything. Like, oh, there's a new indicator. Oh, there's a new concept. Oh, I just saw this 5-minute YouTube video where a guy stated that it has a 98% win rate, and he just made $100,000 yesterday in 5 minutes. That's the new thing. So I wanted to try everything. And I thought, oh, this is the holy grail. No, don't do that. I would say, if you're starting out, go with a simple system. If you're having some experience by now, you should know that strategy hopping is not going to be the same thing. If you go back to the basics, I'm talking about risk management basics. So focus on the same setup, the same entry model. You have a lot of data now. If you already I'm sorry to say this, but if you already blew up a funded account, that means you went through the evaluation stage at least for once or maybe a couple of times. You know how this goes. Then go back, do the same exact entry model. You have the data, you have the experience. Now size down the position, go with proper risk management, and baby steps. I'm not saying for the whole year, but give yourself 2 to 4 weeks minimum and focus on the setup. Your goal in those few weeks is to build that confidence. And we said that many times, and we will repeat this 1,000 billion times on this stream because that's one of the keys.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, yes. I'm yapping too much about it, but that's the truth.
It's good. You're never yapping, Tom. It's like gold. It's not yapping. It's gold. Liquid gold. Air gold.
Terry, what's happening on your chart?
Oh, not much. We're just waiting. So I was stopped out. So now we're just chilling. This eval is up $3,731. So I'm just going to chill. I would love to see it hit 50%, because I want $1 million before lunch.
Me too. Send some. That's cool. That's so amazing, by the way. Last week you said something. I was asking Terry, everybody, if you were not here, I don't know why you should not be here, chat. I hope you pressed the like button and sent the stream link to everybody who you know. So the basic thing is, last week we were talking about with Terry, like, is she trading with more discretion than usual? I think you said, Terry, as I remember, you said you like to take more discretionary trades, right?
Yes, exactly. Cool.
Awesome.
I think what was different this last week is I just kind of let my freak flag, my discretionary flag fly.
Discretionary flag.
My discretionary flag. I just let it run. I'm like, you know what? I'm just gonna trust myself. I'm just gonna let it run and let's just see what happens. It was a great week. That the whole discretionary systematic component, like what's the right mix? I struggle with that too, you guys. And it is a process. It is a journey. I would love.
The thing is, Terry, you kind of put the bug in my ear last week. I couldn't sleep on the weekend. I was thinking about you, not that way, but I was thinking about what you said. Like, oh my gosh, Terry is killing the markets. By the way, guys, she does have a great intuition for the markets. Maybe she has a crystal ball or something. We never talked about that. But the thing is, she does have a great, she knows how to cut the losses. She knows how. I just love the approach what you do there, Terry. And I was thinking about that. You said like you like to go in with a bit of a discretion there into the trades, and I was like, I'm seeing the same thing so many times throughout the day. And I can fairly say that I do have a lot of chart time now in my trading journey. And I'm seeing so many levels, most likely on the lower time frames, which would be good for scalping. Like, obviously, I'm not shouting it out all the time in my channel or here. Like, oh, we should take this gap. Oh, we should take this swing higher, swing low. And it kind of like, I'm not saying, I'm seeing the matrix now, I'm seeing the code, what's happening in the markets, but I'm definitely seeing some levels. And I was thinking, maybe I should follow Terry's footsteps and just gonna do some discretionary trading here and there. I might gonna dedicate an account for this. Who knows?
And just let your discretionary flag fly, Tom.
Yeah, finally I could say that I'm also a ghost in the machine and I can see the whole system. But anyway, I think it's kind of a cool thing. You know why? And I'm saying this as another example. Like it always comes down to risk management, and you see like there's so many ways to do it, and Terry does it the way like this. Someone is using ICT concepts, I'm using supply demand, and now, by the way, you will see me using more exponential moving averages. By the way, I talked about this. I'm kind of gonna lean into a bit of maybe to use a little bit more moving averages on my entries. I'm going to tell you why. I'm sorry again for talking too much about this, but I think it's going to help me a little bit keep in control my emotions, because sometimes I do feel like it's hard to read the market. Exponential moving averages, you guys don't see it usually because on my others monitor here, and I'm kind of watching it. It helps me decide the direction sometimes. Anyway, there's so many ways to do it, and I like the way you do it, Terry. That's amazing.
Oh, thank you, Tom. It is a work in progress, and I think like the ability to cut losses is such a skill. And if we think about it, when people go on tilt, you're not cutting your losses, right? Like you're just chasing, you're trying to get back those losses, you're not cutting it. Erratic trading, same thing. It's like our ability to cut the losses. And it seems like with discretionary trading, it's important to be able to recognize like, okay, this trade is no longer valid, get me out.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's how it goes. And by the way, if any one of you guys are trading gold, I just want to say like this has just started to move a little bit higher. If I would be sitting in a trade here, well, it's a hard call. It seems like it should be busting through that 92.5. I was just watching this on my other screen. Seems like gold is moving slowly. Who knows? I don't know, but it's going higher. Just saying for those of you who are trading gold. And we had that pullback, by the way, on NQ. There's a 500 fair value gap now. Nice support level on that 1 minute gap earlier, on that 600 level, and then pushing higher now, picking up liquidity again. Who knows? 518. 500. What am I saying? 814 would be the next level of liquidity. Yeah.
Tom, guess what we get to do today?
I hope some free stuff for the chat. I really hope.
Yeah. We get to pick someone to win a 150K scale account eval from MyFundedFutures.
It's a Big Daddy account, guys. We like it.
Big Daddy account. I know. I love the Big Daddy accounts. It gives you more room. Drawdown of 4,500 in them. I love it. Oh, I'm seeing lots of people saying they love free stuff.
Of course they do. And by the way, I'm super grateful for MyFundedFutures doing this for the community. This is amazing.
Yes. MyFundedFutures, you are the GOAT. Absolutely amazing. Thank you so much for giving us accounts to give away. Everyone smash that like button if you like that MyFundedFutures gives away accounts. I know I do.
I already have an idea, by the way, how to pick winners. So it's up to you. I mean, I don't know. How many can we give away to?
No, one.
Only one? One?
I think one.
One. Okay. Okay. Check it. Let's see.
I'll check it.
Okay. Sorry. Yes. One. Sorry. Yeah. And this, I'm sorry, guys. This one is one. But hey, ladies first this week. So it's going to be Terry. She will decide.
Really? I thought you said you have a special way of picking.
It's going to be another day. Don't worry. I just have a riddle. I can share it with you in our private chat there, but if you want to know it, but it's up to you. I just have a cool riddle. That's it.
Okay. I am happy to pick.
Really? Okay.
Yes.
Nice.
I love picking.
Everybody say nice things to Terry.
Say nice things to me.
We love Terry.
You. I love all of you guys. Thank you, everyone. Hundreds of people watch us, Tom, and spend the morning with us. We appreciate all of you. And it is Thanksgiving week. We're so thankful for every single one of you. Okay, so let's pick someone. Okay, give me a few minutes to think of a good question to ask and how I should pick the winner. Because like there's the random way of doing it, like completely random. And then there's the trivia way. There is, I can go in and pick like, someone from Top Chatters. I don't know.
It's good to not to have pressure, guys. Trust me. I can focus on the charts. So it's cool.
Yeah. You focus on the charts.
I'm going to focus on the charts, but actually I can tell you guys, I just, don't worry. I'm going to have a riddle for next time. This is just for fun. So this is for you guys. Don't worry. It's not for the winner. Terry is going to think about, how she's going to choose, but I'm going to say the riddle because it just got to me. And this is like short, clean, and really punchy. So let me just say this. It teaches every trader. It disciplines everyone. But nobody has patience for it. What is it?
Oh, I need to hear that again, Tom. Can you repeat it, please?
It teaches every trader. It disciplines everyone. but nobody has patience for it. What is it?
I was going to say stop loss. No.
Almost. Who knows the answer? Exactly. I see the answer. The answer is the market. The market.
The market. Oh my goodness.
Cool, right?
It does keep us on our toes. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Anyway.
Did you come up with that yourself, like without any assistance from?
I was definitely not asking ChatGPT about this. So
that's so good, Tom.
So
I would need ChatGPT. That was like a really good riddle.
Anyway, yeah, I'm keeping you guys busy, so it's not just watching and waiting for the free stuff. But anyway, you gotta think a little bit. I like the answers. Thank you guys. So we're going higher here. I'm just kind of watching, but don't worry, I'm not gonna jump into a trade here, 100%.
I know. I'm watching too. I'm not seeing anything. I tried too many times. So I'm just gonna wait and see and focus on my question of how we can select the winner to win the Big Daddy account. One day, remember the day that we announced the 20,000 accounts all for $1?
Oh my gosh, that was absolutely crazy. That was historical, I would say.
Yes. And that was when we hit 20,000 subscribers. So maybe when we hit the next milestone, there might be something really special. That would be amazing. I just love to give away to everyone if that's possible. I love it.
I mean, that was absolutely nobody did that ever before in the whole prop firm industry. So 20,000 accounts for $1 only. That is wow. Absolutely.
No.
Yeah.
I've never seen that before. Okay, so I think because it's a new week, I do want to give everyone a fair chance. So I do want to do random, so not based on speed, because I know some people might have lagging internet. So we're going to do random today. And I'm thinking I will ask Tom to pick a number, and then I will pick that person out of the top fans number. So whatever number you pick, Tom, I will go in and then I will see who that name is. So you can pick any random number. I will go in and look.
Any random number.
Random number.
Do I have
any random number? Let's see. How many XPs can I see? Okay, I can see 50. I can see 50. Any number between 1 and 50.
1 and 50. Oh my gosh. Okay.
So the more you chat, you do get rewards, right? We do want to recognize you too. So yeah.
Okay. 1 and 50.
1 and 50.
Any number. So I can say it out loud, right?
Yeah. Please do.
Okay. The number is going to be 20.
Who's 20?
20.
20. Oh, 1 trade T. Congratulations. You are the winner.
Awesome. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Thank you, everyone. Congrats. Let's congrat our friend W's for you.
Don't worry, guys. I always say stick around with MyFunded TV because there's always a free stuff. So
yes, exactly. There's always free stuff.
Always free stuff. Sorry. Yeah. So
and you never know when a code drop might happen. I mean,
don't know. Oh yeah. That's just a bonus on everything. So that's kind of cool.
So today, on a day like this, NASDAQ is already up 1.7%. It's already up 400 points. It's like I'm feeling a little bit like I missed the longs, right? But it's okay. Not every day is going to be a knock out of the park type of day.
Exactly. And at this point, especially after the push at 9:30, I'm definitely letting go the idea to go short. Even if I want to look for shorts, I need this market to shift below 580. So if we're not going below 580, this is just a level that I picked for myself. There's a swing low here right before 10 a.m. That would, if we shift below 580, that would tell me that we could see that opening range low here, and that could be a good target. Otherwise, I'm definitely not going to look for short positions. In fact, that 814 on the micro, there's a 5-minute fair value gap there. I have a very strong feeling that that's where we're going right now. This is only based on intuition, so maybe I should take it. But I have a strong feeling that we're going there above the 800 here. This on the 5-minute looks like a consolidation or accumulation. We can say that accumulating positions here, orders, and then the next step would be 800, above 800. So just saying, my intuition.
Ooh. You're kind of making me want to take a long time. I like it. I like your analysis. It is interesting. It's up so high, but that doesn't mean that I can't go higher. My goodness.
Oh yeah.
This first hour of trading it's clearly the bulls are in charge.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting this kind of move, but that doesn't really mean anything. So we talked about this, like, are we predicting or reacting? I would say we are reacting to the market. That's what we do. We are reacting to the current market conditions. Obviously, before 9:30, we couldn't really anticipate this kind of thing happening. But now that we see this, yeah. So reacting to this consolidation would be, and if I really want to jump in for that 800-ish level, I need a strong displacement somewhere above 753. I really need that level to be, not just with the wick. I need an up-close candle. I would like to see, it would be better to have an up-close candle up in the 760s or higher, and then I would consider to take a long position. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
Do you like breakout trades, Tom?
I tried it years ago. I think the reason why I was not successful with it is because of poor risk management. I was really doing poor risk management on those breakout trades. Ever since, I'm seeing traders everywhere all the time making very decent profits with breakout trades. And I always keep saying to myself, like, maybe I should look into it, not like a strategy hub, just for, I'm always having a test account, an evaluation account, like trying to test some entries and, some strategies here and there. I'm sticking with the main one I'm doing, but I always, I said to myself, maybe I should try it out again, because that was years ago, and who knows? And I see a lot of traders doing some good profits with breakouts.
Yeah, it's so interesting. And then traders doing like a reverse R&R, I think it's really interesting too. Like, some traders are very successful with a very high win rate, like 70-80% win rate, but like they're risking, a lot more for how much they take in profit. And so it's very interesting to me. Yeah. I love breakout trades. Because it just pulls you in. But the downside is you're buying at a high price, hoping to sell higher. And then if you're selling at a low price, hoping to cover even lower. So yeah, it's
but the
no
reward
perfect.
is much better, because if it goes to your way, then you can absolutely kill the market with a good breakout trade, because you're going to get the best entry there with a really precise entry. And it can really get you like a really good reward on your trade, I guess. I haven't tried that too much. That's what I'm saying. But at least you can have a much better, more precise entry is what I'm trying to say.
I like that you have like different accounts for kind of different strategies or different things that you're testing.
Well, I'm always keeping an evaluation account on the sideline for these kind of trades. I could do that, by the way, on a demo account, and I'm not saying everybody to pour in some money that you might need to an evaluation account just to fool around. But the simple answer on my end is that it's good to put some skin in the game, and that way I can practice much more proper risk management on those trades. And because on a demo account, I would say, yeah, demo trading is good to practice some setups, but it's for trading wise, for the subconscious, it just gets better when you have some pressure by paying for an evaluation account, because it's going to force you to use proper risk management, and that's what it's all about.
Yeah. It's risk managers first. That is something that it's like a lot of traders, including myself, we learn how to win. We learn how to win first. And then we're like, oh, what's this risk management thing?
I remember one of a few months ago, one of my old high school classmates was meeting me and, hey, Tom, what you doing nowadays? I said, dude, I'm a risk manager. Wow, that's so awesome. You're like a rocket scientist. And I was like, no. I tried to explain him, of course, but he didn't understand. But it was so cool to say, like, I'm a risk manager.
I like that. Manifesting risk managers. We're good risk managers. Like, let's manifest that.
Oh yeah, well, that's the only thing we have control of. So I kind of like that sentence there. We're risk managers.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
No Luck Pure Skill asked, how did you handle the risk on that scaling account? Thank you so much. So what helps me, everyone do your own thing, right? Don't copy what I do.
Yeah.
But like, because everyone is in different situations as far as how much you can spend each month and all of that, and everyone's at a different place in their journey. But what helps me as far as how do I get big payouts when I do get the big payouts? What helps me is once I start to build up money, that's when I start to step on the gas. So like, for example, if I start small, because that account, the 50K scale account with the rapid add-on, once you're in sim funded, by the way, that promo has ended. I know it sucks. It ended on Friday because a lot of people were like, oh, I missed it. But with that promo, once you're in sim funded, it was an intraday trail. And so what I did was you trade really small, quick, take your profits, run as quickly as possible because you're trying to beat that trail. And then once I got to the buffer, then I also traded more like I normally do, but still trading small to build it up. And once I can get big profits on the day, that's when I step on the gas, because then I have room, right? And like for that account, once you're past the buffer, so you're no longer trailing, it stops the trail, like it just completely stops, basically becomes like a static account at 50,100. And then that's when I step on the gas. So that's how I do it. That's also kind of my technique with passing evals in 2 days. Same idea. Yeah. If you try and step on the gas before you have cushion, it sucks because the account might be toast. So.
And now you guys just heard the recipe. This is how it's done.
Yeah. My secret. I just shared my secrets with you. Don't tell anyone.
Don't tell. Keep it secret.
Ash is in the house. Let's welcome Ash to the show. Hey, Ash. Oh, shoot.
Hello, Ash. Welcome.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Doing good. I'm ready for another good week.
Yes, so are we. Oh my gosh, Ash. I love how you shared with everyone in chat that your win rate is about 50%. And with a 50% win rate, it's like, look at all the money that you're making and your live account you've had for 6+ months, and with like over 15 payouts out of it. And the balance is looking so pretty.
Well, hey, I think we need to be talking about you this morning.
Oh yeah,
you're the one with the payout too. That was absolutely phenomenal. I was going back and forth with you because didn't you say you had a 50% win rate as well?
Yeah, exactly. Last week, my win rate all week was around 50%. So
And
yeah, and
that's a
I
huge
request.
payout. So it's
Thank you.
absolutely phenomenal to see, and it's realistic to hear because I heard the earlier conversation about how everybody's saying, marketing is about 100% win rates, but reality is, we're having 50% win rates and we're getting these payouts.
Oh yeah.
So
Yeah,
it's great to hear.
Yes. Well, we have to head out, Ash. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone, for sharing the morning with us. And we'll be back tomorrow morning.
Thank you, everybody. Have a good session with Ash. Ash, have a good one. See you next time.
Have a nice day.
Cheers.
You too. Bye, Ash.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to another live stream. How did everybody's weekend go? Good morning, good morning, good morning. Very excited to get back on here with you all. How did everybody's weekend go? We'll hop into what I'm looking at here any second now. Just want to say good morning to everybody. Welcome everybody into my segment, and then we'll get into it. Let's see who we have here today. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Melvin, what's up? Bilo, good morning. Nasri, good morning. TC Expert, what's up? NQ Futures Talk, how are you doing today? ASUS, good morning. The Punisher, how are you? Smoke Trades, good morning. Son of Wall Street, how are you doing today? Rocky Mountain Trader, good to see you again. Good morning, good morning, good morning, or good day, depending on where you're from. Welcome back to another week in the markets. We do have Thanksgiving this week, so I don't know if everybody celebrates Thanksgiving, but Thursday, we will not have a live stream, right? In the US, we will be celebrating Thanksgiving. So just remember that for a Thursday stream. We'll make some announcements on the social medias as well, but just be aware. And I think Friday, being Black Friday, definitely take a look at the promos. So MyFundedFutures still has their promo going. Check that out. We have Black Friday. Black Friday will probably be a shortened stream. Again, we'll make the announcements on the social medias, but Friday stream will probably also be a shortened stream. But before we get into any price action here, how's everybody doing today? How did everybody else's weekend go? Throw a 1 in chat if you're green on the day. Throw a 2 in chat if you're red on the day. And throw a 3 in chat if you've yet to trade today. What do you guys think? Are we going to keep getting higher prices here, or decent push there off the morning? Decent push there off of New York Open. See how everybody else is doing. All right, pretty 50-50 so far this morning. Couple 2s, couple 1s, couple 3s even. So it's pretty even across the board. Well, I have yet to take a trade this morning. I might have even missed my own trade. That is what day trading is. Sometimes you'll nail it. Sometimes you'll fail. Sometimes you'll completely miss. You're looking at exactly what I was looking for this morning. I'll just give the top-down analysis for that so that everybody can understand. So starting out here on the daily time frame. Okay, this was my bias heading into the morning. Price had swept a swing low here on the daily. Okay. It's a location that I would want to look for longs. We don't have to look for longs the very first moment that we get here, right? So, for example, Thursday's candle was still quite bearish, right? But after seeing Friday sweep Thursday candles low and then close back inside the range, right? Now it looks like a reversal here after the Friday close. Due to this information, right, the Friday closed back inside the range after sweeping the previous candle low. Therefore, I was looking for continuation higher out of today's candle, right? So here's another way of explaining this thought process real quick. It might be a little bit different than I normally explain it, but it's the logic of how to look for longs at swing lows, right? So what I'm going to point to here is the candle formation of a swing low, right? So by definition, a swing low is a 3-candle pattern. It could be a 4-candle pattern, but notice how this candle here is the first candle of the swing point. I'm referring to a swing low. So I'm talking about the entire swing point. Second candle would be the reversal candle. And then seeing that the reversal candle closes nicely back inside the range, we can think that this could be the third candle of a swing low, right? So when you're thinking about a swing low, we would think that the bullish expansion would come here at the previous day high of candle 2, right? So now you're getting that bullish expansion. That is what's happening this morning. And we had a nice push higher there from 600 to about 800. That's a good 200 points there, just by understanding the higher time frame level, right? So first things first is we're looking for longs below old swing lows on the daily chart, right? And then when we get to that important level, we're not just instantly running into longs. We're allowing the information to develop, right? To show the swing low is forming at this important level and then taking advantage of a swing low, right? This is where the bullish expansion is going to be when a swing low is formed, right? So now let's just dive into lower time frames to take a look at that as well. Okay, so you can see it. Of course, they do it at New York Open, right? So same thing in terms of time, right? We're always pointing to the important times, and the important time is New York Open, right? We've said it for time and time again that you want to be looking for trades during the opening times, whether that's Asia Open, London Open, or New York Open. If you can define your logic at the opening times, then you could understand the logic that's going into these trades, right? We displaced above the previous day high. And from that higher time frame, that's showing that the higher time frame swing low is being formed, right? And no matter how you want to, define this displacement, whether you want to sit here and say, okay, the candle closed above it, sure, maybe we're breaking out. Or if you want to take a look at the fact that there's a fair value gap here, right? Fair value gaps also refer to displacement, okay? However you want to define it, it's the higher time frame logic that matters, okay? Right, the definition of an FVG is displacement. So seeing that there's a displacement here at the previous day high, that looks like continuation compared to if there was no displacement, or even if this gap got inverted, something like that, right? It was created and then it failed. But that's not what happened. It got created and continued, right? So that's why you can see down here on the lower time frame what I was pointing to in terms of the position, because, right, we let that information develop first, right? Here's New York Open over here. So here's New York Open. We displace above the high. You get that confirmation of continuation higher from the higher time frame logic, and then you can use an entry function to get into the position, right? So whether you want to call this your downtrend breakout, right? So there's a little trend line right here. Here's your breakout traders, right? So you get the information from the open. Then we figure out how to get into this thing, whether you want to be a breakout trader, right? Breakout traders would be ordering right here, right? As we're breaking out of the downtrend after getting this logic, breaking out of the downtrend, and now you're sitting lovely, right? Now you're sitting in 100 points of profit, right? Or if you want to be the breaker block plus fair value gap type of individual, it's here too. You have the swing low here, right? Swing low, swing high, new low. Takes a while to displace through it, but we do get through it. So therefore it is a breaker block, right? And you could have gotten the retest to the breaker block, whether you got it here or here. And again, you're sitting in plus 100 points. Do you get where I'm going at with this? There's a reason why I'm explaining it in multiple different fashions, right? So everybody nowadays likes to use their own terminology, but the fact of the matter is we're all staring at the same information, right? So whether you want to call it a breakout, whether you want to call it a fractal model, whether you want to call it a breaker block plus fair value gap, it doesn't really matter, right? Because here's the last thing that I didn't even point out yet either. I heard Tom talking about it, but where are the EMA traders at, right? So if you could have gotten the context, same exact conversation here, right? Context from New York Open. We displace above the previous day high, making it look like a swing low is forming on the daily chart. So that looks like we might get bullish expansion higher. But then all you need to do is look at your longer term trend or your support and resistance, right? We've talked about the 9 EMA being your shorter term trend. We've talked about the 11, we talked about the 9 EMA being your shorter term trend. We talked about the 21 EMA being your support or resistance, or the 55 being your longer term trend. So if you tested the longer term trend here or your support and resistance, you're looking at a nice profit here. Right? So that's what we had for this morning. Now here's where the conversation changes though, right? So this is the part that, in my opinion, actually matters. It doesn't matter what you call it. It doesn't matter how you identify it. It's the ability to execute it, right? So I'm sitting here talking about all of the different long opportunities, but I was not focused enough on the charts to execute it myself because of all the communities, because of, answering people, because of other businesses. So it doesn't matter if you can point out the logic on the screen if you can't execute it. And this is usually where the huge divide is between traders or analysts, right? If you can read it, that's great, but you need to be able to understand how to risk it, right? So I missed it simply because I wasn't on the screen at the time. So that's a whole different conversation. But now taking a look at how the ranges are larger today, right? So here's a conversation here. Let's go to the model that I trade. So taking a look at this here, right? The breaker plus the fair value gap. If you were to look at where I enter, okay? So I always tell you that I enter at the beginning of the breaker with a stop at the loss. This is the next thing that you have to understand. Look at this range here. It's a 100-point range, right? So seeing that it's a larger range, if you can't use minis on a larger range, then make sure that you get down to the micros, right? You can still take the same trade, but position size accordingly. You don't have to change your model. You just have to change your position sizing and make sure your focus is on the chart at the time, right? Because they left without me, and I'm completely okay with saying that. That's what I get for going back and forth with people on social media and answering questions and providing value across the platforms. But the fact of the matter is the last portion of the conversation is the mental and emotional intelligence, right? Just because I missed it, I'm not chasing it now, right? So you don't see executions throughout this whole time. I had my opportunity. I missed it. But then I also understand within myself that I'm not going to chase this thing higher. I'm not going to be ordering up here. I'm not ordering, right? I know where my entry is. I missed my entry. I'm not going to force myself upon price outside of that. Okay, so that's the information I had for today. It is a dang shame that they left without me, but that goes to show you the window of opportunity too, right? So this is 2 minutes here. This is, if you're not at the screen for these 2 minutes, this is 1 minute here. So in total, right? In total, 3 minutes If you miss the screen at that point in time, it's not a time to chase after that. All right, so we could still sit and look to see if anything else develops, but we'll see what else the market gives us. But this morning, I might have got left without. Taking a look at, I want to go back to the different models conversation real quick too, because look at all of these breakouts, right? So everybody likes to try to say their model is better than one another's, whatever. There was so many breakouts that occurred this morning, right? If you just imagine ordering along anytime one of these downtrends broke out, right? Look how there's essentially no drawdown here, right? If you ordered along in here, once you broke out from the downtrend, it never pulled back. It just went higher. Same exact thing here, right? If you ordered along during the breakout, it instantly went higher. We finally got to pull back here, but never went into drawdown. Take a look at it over here too. Another breakout over here. It only hung around for like 1 minute and you're already up 100 points, right? So whether you want to call these breakouts or during this entire time, I could also point to all of the breaker blocks, right? So there's a breaker block here. There's also a breaker block here. Doesn't really matter what you call it. All right, so great way to start the week. Love to see that prices are maybe going to get a retracement. Last week's blood was quite the blood. Let's go back out to the higher time frame. Right, that was like, I forgot the stat, but that might have been the worst month. We might be in the worst month, sorry, since March. It was either the month or the week. I got to go back to, I think I said it Friday's live stream or Thursday's live stream, but brutal week. Maybe the bulls can wake up a bit here, right? Because if we do go and close above this price here, right, that would be a bullish change in the state of delivery. So I would love to see price go and close above the opening price of the Thursday's candle right here. So moving forward now, just to let you guys know, that was the New York Open analysis, and now I'm going into future analysis, what I'm looking forward to now. So I was explaining New York Open and why I missed, and now I'm talking about what to look forward to. So this is what I'm looking at next, right? This would be a change in the state of delivery. We've taken out multiple swing lows in here, right? So the candle that takes out the swing lows, if we go and close above that opening price, that would be a bullish change in the state of delivery. Then I would be looking to see if that could be support for higher prices. So first thing to look for is, do we get the candle closure above this right here? If we get the candle closure above that, we'll see if this can now become support for higher prices. All right, so now that we got through New York Open, now that we got through a longer term outlook, if you have any questions about all of that analysis, I'm going to head over to chat now. I wanted to make sure I got my analysis done first, but now I can go back and forth with you all. So if you have any questions, if you have any comments, feel free to throw it in chat. I'm heading over to chat now. While I head over there, do me a favor. If you're finding any value from these streams, from all the giveaways that we do, like the video, sub to the channel. Like I mentioned last week, we're going to have some long form videos come out. We also have some short form coming out as well. So definitely turn the notifications on for the channel. We got a lot more content on the way. Did you trade today? I just went through the lower time frame analysis. I missed the long there at New York Open. Ever since missing that long, I've been waiting. So I did miss the long there at New York Open. Do you think the unicorn model is becoming crowded with so many ICT traders using it, or does the liquidity make it stronger? That it's not becoming crowded. We all stare at the same exact chart, so it doesn't matter what you call it. We're all executing the same exact thing, and we're all staring at the same chart. So in terms of being crowded, everybody's looking at this chart. So it doesn't matter what type of analysis you're looking at, we're all staring at the same thing. Can you explain a breaker block for a newbie? This is a bullish breaker. Ready? So a swing low, a swing high, a new swing low, then a new swing high. Let me just take this arrow off. Give me 2 seconds. All right, this is a bullish breaker. Okay. We're just think about the formation here. This is the first thing. You need to have a swing low, a swing high, a new swing low, then a new high. Each one of those points needs to be a swing point. Okay. In between the first swing low to the first swing high, that's where you're going to find your highest up close candle to be your bullish breaker. Okay. Then we also want to see a fair value gap over here aligned with it. Okay. So doing that within price action as well. Here are those swing points that I just mentioned. Swing low. Oh, sorry. Hold on. Swing low, swing high, new low, and then we finally get the new high. So then the highest up close candle within that initial swing low to initial swing high is right here. So that would be our bullish breaker. And look how nicely price was supported by it both times. You'd be up 100 points here. And then same exact thing for a bearish breaker, but vice versa, right? So it's a swing high, a swing low, a new high, then a new low. The bearish breaker is going to be found in between the first swing high and swing low. And this one's going to be the lowest down close candle. So this one will be a down close candle, whereas the bullish one is an up close candle. So now I always go back and forth because even with me explaining that, the fact of the matter is this is also a breakout, right? So anybody that uses trend lines, right? This is just a simple downtrend and we break out of it right here. Way too big of a circle. Hold on. There we go. We break out of it right there, right? So whether you want to call that a break or block or a breakout of a downtrend, it doesn't matter because it's the same thing, right? All right. Very good question. Thank you for sharing. Ash, when you started to get profitable, or at least seeing that there was a setup that you should stick to, how did it change bad behaviors that may have come a long way with learning trading? This is what showed me patience, right? Instead of thinking that there was always a trade available, instead of thinking that you could always determine every direction of price, if the way that you enter the market is not existing on the screen currently, then you can't enter the market, right? Like, for example, I'm not just going to sit here and say that we should go short right now, right? Because I don't see a breaker block here. Where is this? Right? This is not on the screen right now. Oh, hold on. I messed up that line big time. Hold on. All right. Swing high, swing low, new high, new low. There's nothing in here that looks like that. It just looks like that's what it looks like to me. Right? So having a model gave me patience, right? Having a model gave me reasons how to measure the market, right? Because that also allows me to know where my stop loss is, right? So that's the second portion. But the more important portion, because risk management is the #1 priority at all times. So knowing, right, where invalidation is makes me understand when I'm wrong. And then also measuring this amount, that's how I know how to position size to understand how much I'm willing to risk when I'm wrong. So there's many good aspects that came from it instead of discretionarily trading and just entering whenever, I feel I can. Very, very good question. Very good question. Ash, seeing how NQ moves lately, do you think we are in a scalper's market, quick moves, or holders market? I've been a holder since like 2018. So there are people holding without a doubt, right? I bought BTC and S before COVID. I've been in Tesla. I've been in QQQ. I've been in Amazon. I've been in a lot of assets for multiple years. So those are two different conversations. Investing is different than day trading. But simple answer is yes, people are holding without a doubt. The market is extremely bullish, right? I would absolutely want to be holding growth assets for the long term, right? Without a doubt. But in terms of day trading, those are two different accomplishments, right? So day trading, I would call any type of day trading scalping, right? You get in and out of a trade within the day, the session, minutes, or, you know, any intraday trades would essentially be scalping, right? Do I trade oil? I have traded oil in the past. In terms of a percentage, about 90% of my trades happen on NQ, about 6 to 7% happen on ES, and then I've had a couple of trades on oil. Just a couple, though. What steps do you take to rebuild confidence after several consecutive losses without compromising discipline or overcorrecting your system? The amount of losses should just be a data point, right? So if you're getting more emotional by having more losses, then you're already looking at it with the wrong perspective, right? You should completely detach your emotions from the outcome. You need to be completely process driven instead of emotions driven or result driven, right? So before that consecutive loss streak occurs, what I'm trying to say is you need to detach your emotions from the outcome, and you need to be process driven, right? Because being process driven is what keeps you disciplined in the process, right? So for example, when I win, a win to me is when I followed all of my rules and did not break any rules for the day, right? It's not whether I'm on a 7-loss streak or not, right? Because on that 7-loss streak, if I have followed my rules perfectly every single time, that's a win in my book. Okay. So you should have enough data to see what your largest losing streaks are. So in terms of emotional or mental intelligence, you should already know that data, right? Like if you know that a 7-loss streak is normal, then you're that much closer to the next win, right? Just because you have a 50% win rate does not mean you win one, lose one, win one, lose one, win one, lose one, right? You can have many losses in a row. You can have many wins in a row. A 50% win rate doesn't mean you win, lose, win, lose, win, lose. How much data do I need to back test? I think you should be forward testing. Forward testing. So in my opinion, I would rather show up to the market. I would rather show up to the live price action, right? And trade live, because there's so much more that goes into that than back testing. You're not going to feel what you feel risking money in a back test, right? Because there's no money on the line, right? The money is usually what, you know, makes people feel different ways. So forward testing, in my opinion, is much better, right? Getting used to the risk is much better, without a doubt. So collect data through forward testing. That's why I show up in live stream every single day, right? I get to hear my thoughts out loud. I get to see my trades happen in real time. I also do it via text as well. So I'm getting it through recording so I can see it and hear it. And then I'm getting it through text so I can read it as well. You should definitely be doing that too. The more you do something, the more conviction you'll have in it. Ooh, focus up, chat. I think we know what that means. Take a look, chat. Take a look.
TV, the crowds in line, dreams are dropping like a neon sign. Oh, lights are flashing, prizes rain, hope is calling out your name. Click and claim, it's your big day. Giveaway, fever's
There you go,
here
chat.
to stay.
Throw a W in chat if you're able to get one of the giveaways. Do me a favor and throw a W in chat if you're able to get one of the giveaways. Congratulations. W, W, W. Ryan got one. Let's go. Alert got one. Mike got one. Let's go. Congratulations. Zeph got one. Let's go. Dan got one. Love to see it. Another day, another giveaway. Just giving as much value every single chance we can. I absolutely love it. I mean, it's been every day, every week. We continue to keep showing up, going over trades, going over live price action, giveaways every single time. Absolutely love to see it. Well, there's your bullish move, chat, right? I'm not going to chase this thing. Love to see that the logic was correct. Love to see that the position worked out nicely. Even if, let's see where it's at now. This is what we were looking at for the morning. 145 points. Jeez. So if anybody did take the longs, you definitely got to be taking profits at this point. 2R is up here around 900. I want to see if that's the daily that I was looking for. Oh, it's below the daily. Nice. So definitely possibility there. But nonetheless, if you did get to capture the longs, you should be taking profits up here. Another new hive day. Chat, who did get into the longs? Throw a W in chat if you did get into the longs. Congratulations to any of those long holders. They're making the move this morning. Shadow got one. Let's go. Dave got one as well. Let's go. Let's go for the Bulls. The Bulls finally get a chance. Seems like the past couple of weeks has been harsh for the Bulls. Early exit. Green is good. Hey, if you're green on the day, it doesn't matter how much green you are. I would rather be green than red. So if you're green on the day, it's definitely time to stay green, right? Go work on some health. Go work on some other businesses. If you're green, it's always better to stay green, without a doubt. So we'll see if they want to continue to the daily target. That is the bullish change in the state of delivery that I pointed to on the daily chart. This is 1.4 now, right? So if you did take the longs, whether it goes 2 or not, I mean, the move has been made, right? Bulls are in control. Beautiful move higher here. So we'll see if they ever want to complete 2R. Other than that, I missed my own trade today, chat. That is unfortunate. I missed my own trade. I even put it in my communities. You miss out on a couple minutes and your trade just leaves without you. Lovely. Lovely Monday. But I got another 20 minutes on here with you all. So if you have any questions, any comments, let's also do some questions and answers. So if you have anything for me, anything to do with the trading business, anything to do with today's chart, we can go over any stocks or anything to do with the trading business, feel free to throw it in chat. Should it be respected until it reaches profit? It doesn't matter if it goes +2 or not. If you're sitting in plus 140 points, you can make your own decision on whether to just close the position and be done for the day, right? The fact that you've already accumulated 140 points, that's something that a lot of people can't do, right? So you can be completely satisfied with just being done now, right? You don't have to hold it for +2R. So if you do hold it, great. If you don't, 140 points is phenomenal as well. With a 50% win rate, how do you handle a losing streak of 3 to 4 trades mentally? Do you size down or trust the math? I've always divided my drawdown by 10, right? So having losses will give you less drawdown. So if you divide your drawdown by 10, it will be a smaller number, right? So yes, but that also goes for the other side of the story. When you're on a winning streak, sizing up occurs too, because if your drawdown increases, then your risk per trade can increase. So yes. But the process doesn't change. It doesn't matter if you had 1 loss in a row, 5 losses in a row, 10 losses in a row. Just like the process doesn't change when you have 10 wins in a row, right? When you have 10 wins in a row, you're still doing the same thing. Ash, did you have a full-time job while trading, and how did you balance them? Yes, I did have a full-time job for a long time. I was a New York State arbitrator. It was a office job, so I was able to be on the computers, right? And then it also went remote. So once it went remote, that gave me a lot more time to focus on it. But yes, I did have an office job. I think everybody needs to have multiple sources of income all of the time, right? Your family and your health should be your number one priority at all times, right? So the main source of income covers the bills. Make sure there's food in the fridge. Keeps everybody healthy and happy, right? Then go get a side hustle, right? So the main source of income is just for your family and all of your bills and all of your responsibilities. The secondary source of income, that's Ubering on the weekends, being a waiter or a waitress on the weekends, like doing something outside of your main source of income so that you can fund your business, right? Because it takes money to make money. You have to have money. You have to risk, right? In any business. You don't have to put your family in harm to risk. You could just work more, right? So just get multiple sources of income, then use that to fund your business. But it will take money to make money, no matter how you want to frame it. Ash, you have a strict rule for no trade days, non-farm payroll, bank holidays, FOMC, CPI. So CPI and non-farm payroll are your largest volatility times, right? That is the reason why I don't trade those days. Okay. Instead of thinking that is a day that I could hit a home run, I could make a new record. The record that I'm thinking about making is your largest loss, right? So instead of trading on CPI, instead of trading on non-farm payroll, I would rather not take a historic loss because I got it wrong during the most volatile time. So those are the days that I don't participate. What was the best year that you traded in terms of price action? COVID. So let's just hop out over here. COVID was just very easy because it was an uptrend for, what was that, multiple years? March 20 to almost March 22. So just 2 years of straight upwards. Yeah, it's pretty easy to be a bull there. Yeah. Hop back in here. Give me a second. Ash, quick question. On the 50% win rate, does that take pressure off your execution? No, knowing you can be wrong half the time. Just in general, knowing your data is very comforting in terms of conviction, right? If you know that you normally lose 3 in a row, then you win 3, you lose 1, then you win 1. Your worst loss streak is 7. So if you're on a 6 loss streak, a win is right around the corner, right? Just in general, knowing your data gives you a lot of conviction, right? Instead of having unrealistic expectations, right? Unrealistic expectations are going to induce emotions that are intrusive. So having realistic expectations, that's going to keep you in a sound, balanced, level-headed mindset. Ash, I do well on backtesting, but on the real chart, I'm very inconsistent. So that is exactly why I told you that forward testing is so much better, right? So look at how the candle's being created, right? Notice how we still have to wait another 30 seconds to get this candle, and it's going up, it's going down, it's going up, it's going down, right? And then if you go to back testing, right? Let's just do a replay mode real quick. Right, now look at the candles. Ready? Boom, you get a new candle. Boom, you get a new candle. Boom, you get a new candle, right? It takes 1 second for a candle versus having to wait for 1 minute for a candle, right? So like while the candle is being created, right, we have to wait no matter what because it's real-time information. You need to control yourself throughout this amount of time. You can't do something within your position that's going to screw up the position. Whereas in backtesting, you don't have to wait that delayed gratification. You don't have to deal with those intrusive thoughts because you just click the button and you go next candle, next candle, next candle. If you don't ever learn how to deal with delayed gratification, how are you going to manage your emotions of your P&L fluctuating up and down, right? Because now watching your P&L fluctuate up and down, you're going to go, oh my God, plus $100, down $300, plus $100, down $500, plus $100. It's going to go up, down, up, down, up, down. And if you do something in between that time to ruin the position, then it doesn't matter what's on the chart because of what's happening up here. So that's why I always mention the main thing that I always say is detaching your emotions from the outcome. The way that you detach your emotions is by fully understanding the risk before you take the risk and having real-time experience. We need to be able to sit here and deal with those fluctuations. We need to be able to execute properly. There's a whole different thing. Like being an analyst is great. Anybody can say, oh yeah, maybe we go up today. Oh yeah, maybe we go down today. That's the easy part, right? But sitting here and executing risk is the hard part. Execution heavily changes the results of your outcome. So you need to be a good executor. That's why I'm saying do it in real time. That's why I'm saying do it live. Regarding data, do you track mental state? Oh, absolutely. Yes. Yes. Feelings, emotions, and actions is what I would say. What are you thinking? How is it making you feel? And then what did you do about it? Right? Because you need to be in control of all of your thoughts. Your actions need to be very efficient. And what does that result get you? Right? So you got to understand all of them. Still looking to see if we go to that daily target. That's what I just pointed out again. This is what I was looking for here. Are we going to hit that daily target there? The bullish change in the state of delivery on the daily chart. That's what I'm looking at now. Might get the 2R on that position as well. It's still heading higher. Thank you for the Black Friday sales. Yes, definitely make sure that you guys get the discounts. Definitely make sure that you're taking a look at all the promos. Everybody knows that Black Friday is coming up this week, so take advantage of it while you can. I don't know who celebrates Thanksgiving as well, but again, for anybody that didn't hear me earlier, we're not going to have a stream on Thursday. In the US, we celebrate Thanksgiving, so a lot of people will be out of office. And happy Thanksgiving to all the people that celebrate. So if I don't see you in between now and Wednesday, happy Thanksgiving as well. Ash, would you consider the ES, the change in state of delivery on the daily as well? Let's take a look. Yes, ES has already hit that level. Very good job there on ES. This would be the bullish change in the state of delivery for ES. It's already happened. But now what we want to see is the type of candle closure that occurs here, right? If today's daily candle closure is a nice close above it, that looks so much more bullish than if we leave a wick here and we do not close above it. So now we want to see a very clean, strong, bullish close above this right here. So we'll keep that on there too. And we'll see if NQ can ever run into it as well. But nice job by ES there. Nice job. Ash, deep question. Do you believe traders' intuition is a real edge, or is it just subconscious patterns being recognized built over thousands of hours of screen time? I'm not going to sit here and give a definitive answer for that, right? Because everybody is unique to themselves. Some people might be very good at discretionarily trading. Some people might be very good at mechanically trading. It is not a blanket statement for everyone, and that's why I'm saying I can't respond to that, right? Some people might do very good with their discretion. Some other people might not. So it's completely unique to the individual is what I would say. I don't think it's a one-size-fits-all type of thing. I think there's millions of ways to trade. Whatever works out for you, that's what you should move forward with. The only thing that matters is that you're taking money out of the market. Instead of putting money in the market, you need to be able to extract money from the market. However you do that is absolutely phenomenal. So however you do that works. Neymar, long time no see. Where have you been, Neymar? Ash, how have you been? I'm doing great. Thanks for asking. It's great to see you as well. I hope all is well. I hope you had a nice weekend. And I hope this week goes well as well. Ash, do you believe you'll be a pro after having 10K hours of screen time? No, absolutely not. No. I'm in my 7th year of trading, and I still consider myself a student of the market. I'm always trying to learn. I'm always trying to work. So, no, I don't think, once again, I don't think there's a definitive answer to being like, oh, you need to test for, 1 month and you'll be great. Oh, you need to test for 1 year and you'll be great. No, there is no definitive answer. Everybody's on their own path. Forever a student of the market. That is my opinion. That's how I feel. That is how I feel. Very good questions today, chat. Thank you for your time. I got another 10 minutes before the next host show up. So if you have any questions, if you have any information and want to go over it, I got another 10 minutes on here with you all. All right. The bulls are in complete control. So the bullish position we were looking for this morning, it worked out perfectly. What a move. The information hasn't changed yet. So in terms of moving forward for the session, nothing's changed, right? So unless there's a very clear change in this trend right here, I would still be looking at this target right here, right? Here's the daily target right here. Unless this trend changes, I'm going to keep looking higher, right? So they need to break this very decisively, find resistance to head lower. If they never break that, then I'm looking here. All right. That is what I have for the rest of the day. The morning longs worked out beautifully. Now it's just time to let the trend be your friend. Ash, what is the most valuable advice you've ever been given? Discipline is the Discipline is the bridge between consistency and your goals, right? You can be consistent, but if you're not disciplined over that time, you're never going to reach your goals. Same exact thing. If you are disciplined, but you aren't consistent, you also won't reach your goals. So you need to be able to have a mixture of very high valued perspectives, patience, discipline, and emotional and mental control. You need to be able to fail forward millions of times without losing your mind, without giving up, with being able to continue to keep showing up and giving your business the respect it deserves every single day. So mental and emotional intelligence, patience, and discipline is probably what I would say. Ash, how did you feel after achieving financial freedom? I don't think I've achieved financial freedom. I don't think so. Everybody has their own opinion on what financial freedom is. I still have larger goals. There's still more things that I want to do in life. So the things that I have completed has been absolutely great. I am very thankful for it. I'm very appreciative of all of the time, but I'm not nearly at where I want to be. There's a lot more things that I want to achieve. So I don't think a financial freedom is a specific number. I think it's determined on somebody's wants and needs. There's a lot of people that still have the itch to want to become better all of the time. That doesn't go away, right? So it's just the type of individual that you are. If you're a worker, you show up and work, right? Like I'll be doing this for the rest of the time. So that's just who I am. I like to work. I like to make progress. I like to get 1% better every single day. And I'm going to continue to keep doing so because I feel like that's much better than letting the time pass, right? It feels way better. So we're still going to keep looking for higher prices until price says otherwise. The bulls are just in complete control today. Complete control. Any last questions though, chat? We have 5 more minutes before the next host show up. Any hidden talents or hobbies? I would say cooking. I don't know why, but as time goes on, I've been enjoying cooking more and more. We eat all of our meals at home. It's very occasional for us to go out. I don't know what it is. It's a fun, mindless objective, and when you do good at it, there's good results, right? Because then you feed your family and they absolutely enjoy it, and you see all that enjoyment, then it's like a huge W, right? So I don't know where it came from. That was not my entire life, but past decade, absolutely. Yeah. Fun thing to do in the afternoons. Where am I from? I'm from the U.S. I'm on the East Coast of the U.S. I'm a U.S. native. Cooking stream? Yeah, we'll have to do a cook-off for the holidays. Maybe that's what the Black Friday live stream should be. A cook-off. We'll do like a Top Chef, like one of the actual cooking shows, but an MFFU version. I'm dying to sell. It would just need to definitively break the uptrend first. It's just been so aggressively bullish this morning, right? So I would want to see these, EMAs cross over. I would want to see a very clear displacement. Like, take a look at these pullbacks here. All right, let's just do one at a time real quick. Take a look at this pullback. Notice how on this pullback, there's no bearish gaps, right? So there's no real displacement there saying that we want to turn around. Same thing on this next pullback. Again, no bearish fair value gaps. You at least got one here, but that instantly got invalidated, right? So there's really no bearish arguments. So we continue to keep going higher. Every single pullback. See, here's another pullback. Again, no bearish gaps though. So it's just clearly a bullish trend here today. So until there's anything that says bearish, right, there's still no bearish gaps. So I'm not looking at any sells. Good luck if you are, but I would want to even think about any sells. I would want some clear displacement, some clear change in the state of delivery. Right now, it's just trending higher. Trend is your friend until the end of the trend. So we'll see. Daily target up here. That's why I have these arrows on here. We will see. We shall see, chat. So just want to take a moment to say thank you. We are going to hand the mic over to Barbie and Myth next. This is my last minute here with you all. So I just wanted to take a moment to let you know how grateful I am for you. Thank you to all the hosts. Thank you for your time and always showing up every single week, providing value for the community. Thank you to the entire back end for all the help setting up the stream, for helping chat, for being there for the live stream. Thank you to chat as well. Thank you for all the questions, all the comments. Repetition is being built every single day. Every time we go through these questions, every time we go through these answers, we are just learning every single day. I love it. I love the consistency. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for your time. We will see you tomorrow as well. But let's throw a bunch of W's in chat for Barbie and Myth, and then I will hand the mic over to them. Have a nice day, everyone.
There it is.
When the tickers shiver and the charts go insane, you know legends just locked in again. Bull Barbie's got that red hot streak, and methodical man's moves are sleek. Trends don't chase, trends surrender. S&P and NASDAQ, remember her. Stops freeze and profits obey. When these two trade, the game's all played. She once rode a bull straight through a bear market. He timed to pull back before the bell even barked it. It's Bull Barbie and methodical man, the unstoppable legends of the future's land.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How's it going?
Good. The market's feeling a little pumpy. A little bit.
You think? Just a little bit. Not
Did
too
you get
much.
any longs? I hope you got some longs.
Yeah, I mean, the effectiveness of the paper hand this morning, right?
Yeah, that's how I'm feeling too. It's like, wow,
I-
I took a little tiny piece of that. Cool.
Yeah.
Good job, me.
I longed 574 and I took 20 points. So I got
Ooh.
long at 574 and took 20 points.
Yeah.
It's only up 300
I
points
mean-
from there. What are you going to do?
I know. Right now it looks like we might as well get 25,000, right? But at the same time, we're kind of at the spot. I want to kill, like, this is kind of the exhaustion point that I was looking at on ES. So I don't want to enter any new longs right now. It'd be nice to get that midday switcheroo. We'll see if that sets up. It's pretty strong
Yeah.
so far.
It feels like we're losing a little momentum. The ATR is dropping. So it's definitely buying dips is getting riskier by the minute. So
I was just trying to scalp buying some of those little dips. And then I was like, wait a minute, this thing's going. Why am I not just holding this? Yeah, that was the morning.
Well, I'm assuming the orb paid. Looked like it did. Let's see. Yeah.
It did, but I wasn't running it. I couldn't get my system that runs the bots up. I had to restart it like a couple times. And by the time I did, I was finally like, but actually I could have still done it. I think it did stop. It would have stopped out the first one and then paid the second one.
Yeah, that's what I was just looking at. I mean, I guess it depends on where your stop is.
I've been watching that, skipping the first trade, or at least timing when that first trade happens.
Yeah.
I think there's some good ways to improve those numbers there.
Get in there and do it. Mr. MLC won 150K. Congrats.
Nice.
Guys, we will be picking a couple of winners for the 150K scale account this morning. As always, we need the likes up first. We'll say 325 for the likes. Or actually, we'll do 300. We'll make it easy for you guys. Let's just do 300. Keep it simple. So Barbie will be picking one, and I will be picking one.
Ooh, we are getting a short here, man.
You're going to take it?
I don't know. We're still kind of in that trend line. I wish I was already in it. If we kind of break out of this trend line, I would love a retest back up there, ideally, but we'll see. I'm looking at NASDAQ right now. I don't know what's wrong with me. So that would be like if we break down at a 840 and then retest up there, maybe.
That is an interesting area.
It's kind of the 6705 on ES.
Yeah, right back to it. Max is over getting a little grumbly. What is this dog doing? What's he doing? I'm going to see how price reacts here. I mean, I still don't hate a long here. We just tested the 21 on the 2 minute.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. We still could get up and get at least 900 or 25,000 on NASDAQ.
I am actually...
The thing that I'm watching is the pattern on the VIX has been changing, and it's kind of setting in that maybe wanting to do the reversal thing. We'll see.
All right, I'm taking the long here.
I think you can definitely just keep scalping this pattern.
I got in a little late on this, but I think we can still get the 10 points. Long from 867. Just looking for 877. Stop below the wick. I don't have the stop in just yet, but I'll put it in a moment. We're already up $200.
Stop free.
Yeah. We're already up $200 on this account, so we don't want to do anything too crazy. And a little bit of a pullback there. Well,
this is a pretty nice pump for such a kind of boring day. I mean, so we got Thanksgiving, and the market tends to kind of thin out a little bit coming into Thanksgiving, and then we don't have data until tomorrow. So this is an impressive little push.
Oh, yeah,
low
for
volume
sure.
push.
And is just pulling back on me now. We might get stopped out. I love my entry. I got in maybe, I guess not too bad. 4 points lower than I probably would have. Still would not hit my target. So.
Izzy, we do a combination of cooking and not cooking around here. I order a already smoked turkey, so it's already done. I just have to warm it up, and then we can focus on sides and treats. So that's what we'll have going.
Yeah, I don't really cook. I mean, obviously there is food that is cooked, but I don't cook that much. I don't do much during Thanksgiving. I'm there to eat. I'm there to participate. So there to partake in the food.
I don't even know how many people are coming. We'll find out. That's kind of the way it works around here.
Get yourself a Popeyes turkey. Is that really a thing? The Popeyes turkey?
I was thinking about making the Popeye style rolls. Little 7-Up biscuits.
I do like those rolls. I don't know what is a 7-Up biscuit.
It's the recipe where it tastes like them. We don't have a Popeyes anywhere near us out here.
Also use 7-Up in it. Is that what you're saying?
7-Up and sour cream.
Yeah.
It
Sour
makes really good biscuits. I don't know what happens in there, but
cream. I could imagine. Yeah, biscuits are kind of my vice. I love some biscuits. Turkey eggs. I do like the good old deviled egg.
are we off the egg thing? Are you
Yeah,
still hitting that?
we're off
Okay.
of that. Yeah, I didn't really see the results I thought I would see. I think I lost around 3 pounds, but that's all right. Any loss is best, right? It's fine. It's better than not losing.
As long as it's not your money.
That's right.
We
And
are
that-
still in kind of the 5-minute pattern that I was watching. But we are at the bottom of it now. So this is what I was kind of watching where we might start seeing this reversal. I had 67.20 as my level up on ES,
Mhm.
but you could do a little bit sooner.
I have
You
16.
don't have that much volume.
Yeah, it's not. It's kind of died off here.
We didn't even have that much at open. But that happens a lot. I think a lot of people are traveling Thanksgiving week, and so the market can get pushed around a little more easily.
Just get grindy. You can just pick a direction and start grinding that way. So no real expansion.
What a time for the market to keep hanging around the 6,700s, man.
I need to start running, says the juice bag. Yeah, I mean, I don't like to run, but I'll get on a treadmill and we'll get a little power walk going or something like that.
You got to find some sport that gives you reason to run. That's always my secret.
I like to play a little pickleball, but other than that, not much. I'm not quite sure what sport I could choose. Could always shoot some basketball. We could go with some basketball. If we can close back above the 9 EMA here, then I'll maybe look to add.
Yeah, I was just kind of trying to buy these little pops on the way up when I realized I was scalping a major move. But that's why I feel like I'm done with that. The way these candles are getting more and more exhaustive up here. So maybe I should have just sold the top of that there. But I think I'm kind of switching into a little bit more bearish mode here. Start selling some pops for a little bit.
I kind of have like 780 to the downside, 823. So I could probably try to average out of this. What kind of rifle do I use to shoot basketballs? I don't use any rifle. I shoot it, like you're supposed to, for the most part. It just doesn't go in as often as I'd like.
That's what she said.
Yeah. Just cannot close above that 9 EMA there. It's just struggling so hard there at it. We're going to need one more push higher.
Yeah, I mean, so what was I watching before? I guess around that 10 area, 67.10 is kind of the bottom of this zone I have up here, 67.10 to 67.20. I'm really watching this because that's what I see as either being a turnaround spot, which is trying to do right now, or if they're going to try to, it just is taking some more effort to push through that kind of deal.
Yeah. So I'm trying to give it a little more room. Trying to give it a little room to get a little consolidation going here, and then maybe it can break higher.
We had a question here. Is it easier or, which is harder, holding a winning trade all the way to your target or cutting a losing trade early? I think that kind of goes in cycles or ebbs and flows for me personally a little bit. But that's why I try to approach the trade am I intending this to be a scalp, or am I intending this to be a longer day trade, like a 45-minute, 2-hour trade? Because that'll affect it. So if it's a scalp, I need to be able to stop out real quickly, but I also need to be able to take profits real quickly. Maybe I'm going to miss my profit by a couple ticks, and that's okay. Just go ahead and take that profit. I need to be in that mentality. So that's the mentality I was in today. And then I feel like I didn't get my diamond hand opportunity, but because I know these things come and go, I've just kind of accepted that it all kind of comes out in the wash a little bit. And so I just always try to stick to the plan no matter what it is. So the stop's the stop, the target's the target. We can have a little bit of wiggle room on those, but it's not going to be a major move.
All right, we just hit the target there finally.
Let's
I
go.
think it's the more difficult to hold the winner, because like to cut it, like I don't know, for whatever reason, most people have an easier time holding losers than they do holding winners. But I guess it just depends on the person. So depends on the person. But in my experience, it's easier to hold the loser because you don't want to take the loss, right? So let's go. Yeah,
I try to just ignore it and let it do its thing. But you know what I get in the habit of is trailing too early. But
yeah, for sure. Me too. So
is that all of us?
Who was my mentor? Bull Barbie. Bull Barbie was my mentor.
What a coincidence. Mine was Myth. So
There we go. Perfect. No, I don't really know that anybody was my mentor, because like the thing is, I watched a lot of channels, I watched a lot of YouTube, right? I mean, just picked up certain things from a lot of people and just kind of, made it my own. That's kind of how you do it.
that's kind of the self-taught way. I agree with that too.
Yeah. So, but if I had to give credit to anybody, it would be Tom Sabo. I bow at his feet.
Tom's the man.
Yes, Tom Sabo. What's the difference between bull runners and bear runners to hold? I have no idea. One goes up, one goes down. Punisher? I'm not sure what you're asking. Are you trying to confuse me?
Maybe it's a question of, is it easier to hold one over the other?
No.
I think it's easier to hold a bull runner because you could just sit in them all day sometimes and makes it fun for a fun little day.
Yeah, it doesn't matter to me. I mean, a short or a long, I don't know. Like I have a complete indifference between short and long. I know some people don't, but like it doesn't bother me if I'm in a short or a long. The action is still the same. The setup is still the same. It's just in an opposite direction, right? That's the only thing that it is. So to me, there's no difference in a short and a long. But I know some people have like a mental block. They're like, oh, I only like longs, whatever. And if that's what makes you successful, then that's all that matters. So
Sensei Tom.
Sensei.
I've kind of drawn a box on the market right now from about 67.15, 16 down to 67.06 or 05. That's really where we're consolidating. So a little scalp inside that box from edge to edge. Otherwise, we're kind of looking for a breakout there. Here's what I'm looking at on the ES. It should translate over to the NASDAQ levels also.
That's definitely looking
so here's a cool.
Yeah.
Sorry. But
saying, yeah.
Are you going to read this question? Do you believe confidence comes from P&L, or does P&L come from confidence, chicken or the egg? I was kind of teasing someone the other day for saying they just needed confidence and then they could trade better. But it's kind of a little bit of back and forth. I think you can build your confidence in sim or even in an eval, although we tend to, the longer you trade, the more aggressively you tend to trade the evals. But it seems to me you have to have confidence in your trades from somewhere, and sometimes you need to get them in sim just so you can see that they actually work and that you know how to execute it, because it's one thing to see the trade, it's another thing to execute it. So you got to have a little bit of practice before you go do it for real. Oh, here, are we getting a breakout here?
Squeezy.
It's looking like it.
Looking like squeezy.
We're getting more of those buyers showing up here.
Yeah, it's
trying to
definitely
hold
good.
trend line.
She's a runner. I mean, I guess we are still in just buy dips mode.
Could be. So if you bought the bottom of that box, you'd have room to trail here potentially.
That's true. How do you decide whether to keep trading or take a break when the market feels like it's personally bullying you? Jorge, if you're taking, you can implement a little rule where, like, if you take a loss, more than 2 losses in a row, you just walk away for 10 or 15 minutes, reset your mind, and come back. I mean,
I think if you feel like the market is personally bullying you, that might be a red flag right there.
Yeah, and there's some validity to, like, if you're a person who, like, gets really anxious when they enter a trade, walking away from the computer once you enter, put your stop loss where it needs to be, put your target where it needs to be, and just walk away. Come back in 10 minutes, see what happened. That kind of takes you out of the equation. And
But
then,
because is the market really bullying you? Is the market really bullying your orders? Which, if you're trading prop, are likely on sim, unless you're in live funded, your orders are in sim.
yeah.
So the market's not punishing you personally. You're not that important. No offense.
And also, there's something to be said about patience. Patience
bit,
is a
yeah.
huge thing in trading, because if you're impatient, you're going to enter early. It's going to pull back to where you wanted it to be if you'd have just been a little more patient. So
Every time, right?
yeah. Juice Bag
You
says,
watch that enough, you get confidence in that move. See?
I'm about to be subbed into a football game. Yeah. This is a sweater, sir. It's a sweater.
That's okay. They always troll me on. It's always a fashion show around here. We need to just hop on and do OOTD at the beginning, get it out of the way. I mean, one day I wore a hat. Oh my gosh.
What time frame do I like to enter trades on? It does not matter. I use the 2 minute, the 5 minute, the 1 minute, the 30 second. It doesn't matter to me. It depends on where, where the setup is what matters to me. So whatever time frame the setup's on, that's the one I take.
And that's the one you should base your profit and your stops on too, usually, right?
Yeah.
I found that works.
Whichever one you enter on, that's the one you use.
And whichever time frame you watch is the one you're seeing the plays on.
So Neil, does the lunch hour have a lower win rate for your strategy, or do you ignore the time? No. So in my scalping strategies, when I'm just looking for 10 points, is basically the same. I'm not going to find usually an inversion setup during the lunch hour or, anything clean like that typically, for the most part. So I just kind of play like trend is your friend. Let's find an EMA. Let's buy, use the EMAs for our targets. Again, we're only looking for 10 points. As long as the ATR is above 10, then we're good. So, that means that we should be in and out within a minute, minute or two, a few minutes there for our scalp. So, but it doesn't really matter to me what time of day it is. Obviously, there's less setups during lunch, but sometimes you do get the lunchtime reversal, but we haven't really been seeing that lately, right? I can't remember.
Yeah, it's not really setting up like I was hoping it would here. At least not yet.
Yeah, it's still kind of holding.
It's really holding, especially on NASDAQ.
What I like to do for the lunchtime reversal or any type of reversal is I like to look for a higher time frame break of structure. So for me, we would need to close below like 780 in order for me to kind of turn bearish. That's 100 points down. You know what I mean? That's a pretty big move back down in order to kind of start looking for shorts at that point. And it would need to be kind of like a death candle. So, one of those big red boners just straight down and rip
Because
through.
it can do the reversal, but it can also just move sideways.
Yeah, and
unless we get a nice range set up.
We are in a huge bearish hourly gap here. I've got the 906 marked out, which is the 50% fib on this gap. So I like to see kind of how price reacts at this 50%. Are we going to hit it and kind of turn back down? Are we going to just blast above it and build structure above it? If we blast above it and kind of build structure, then I'll continue to be bullish. If we kind of, hit that gap and turn down, hit that 50% and kind of turn back down, then maybe we start looking to turn bearish a little bit. But just be patient. There's no reason to do anything crazy. So the AI bubble burst has been canceled. It's no longer happening. Canceled it.
You always have to be suspicious of all those doom and gloomers.
Yeah. I don't listen to any of that. So 600 was it 600 or was it 400? I think it was no, it was actually 400 was the 50% fib of that last move down. And we kind of got above there and we just continue to push higher now, 400 points up. I mean, we're almost all the way back to 25,000. And this is kind of what the market does, right? It just pulls back. Everybody starts like, oh, it's going to zero. she's going to 0. And then she's like, nope, let's just go right back to where we came from.
Yep.
So
That's the move.
your account is currently intermittent fasting. No profits, no losses, just starving. Let's go.
I don't mind flat when the market's being kind of indecisive and we have lower volume. I don't mind it at all. It's when
Yeah.
we have the high volatility, high volume days. That's when I really want to be involved. So
I'll tell you guys this. I don't know what happened today, but I was using the trade copier and 3 accounts made $1,200. And the other 2 accounts that I was copying only made $200. Not sure how that happened. And I wasn't on minis. I'm not complaining, but like I was like, oh, $1,200. Oh, I don't know how that happened, but I'll take it. So for once, the copier worked into my favor. That almost never happens. But we'll take it. We'll take it 5 days a week.
I'm not giving you my guitar.
Your
That
flying
been through
guitar.
battle.
Do you actually play the guitar, Barbie? I think you do, right?
I do.
So Barbie plays the guitar, the drums, the piano, the
Violin.
violin. She plays a lot of stuff.
I have played a saxophone.
So,
Wasn't very good at it.
the saxophone.
Not recommended.
She's got it all. I don't know what that means, Internet or Internet Explorer, so I'm not going to say it. I don't know what that means.
I think you do. I think I do.
We'll stick to not saying that. There could be another long setup here, but man, it's like so scary to just keep taking them, but they keep winning.
That's where I am too. I mean, I'm not seeing the short setup that I wanted. And I'm kind of done with the longs. I feel like I either missed that or, I've gotten what I could out of that. This is just not the kind of price action that I am good at. So I'm going to draw this box around it and wait for it to get its act together on one side or the other. Yeah, how's the group project coming on likes? Did everybody share with their wives, boyfriends, and everybody?
We got 269 likes. We need more. We need more. Robert wants to know, did you play competitive soccer?
I did.
Oh, nice.
For over 20 years.
I've never played soccer.
I got ball handling skills.
Played a little baseball, a little basketball. That's it. Football in middle school, but nothing really. I think I played 1 season.
Here's one. Do you believe that the Monday's high and Monday's low sets the range for the rest of the week? Sometimes, but really what I'm more interested in is how we react to the open. Highs and lows are nice, but are we just, traveling away from the open? Do we keep coming back to it? There's a lot of weeks, are we going to end up in a doji for the week? I kind of think about what that daily candle's going to end up looking like at the end of the week, or what the potentials are. Would it make sense for it to move up? Would it make sense for it to move down? Would it make sense for it to doji? And that's all based off the open. So I watch the Monday's highs and lows, especially if they end up being levels that we retest. But I'm paying more attention to really the actual narrative of what kind of the auction is doing. Is the auction paying attention to those levels or not?
And also, one thing that you can look at is just like recently. What has the market done recently? Well, the last couple of weeks, the Monday low, that Monday gap has stayed in place until Friday. So, we kind of had that exact same setup 2 weeks in a row where the new week opening gap stayed there all the way until Friday. We went up and then we finally came back to it on Friday. So maybe, I don't know that we do the same thing this week since it is a holiday week and all, but something to consider. So something to think about. Could potentially get a long setup here if we get a little consolidation right in this area. I would not mind.
Yeah,
it.
If I was going to go long, it'd be the bottom of that consolidation for sure.
See, Barbie, I'm going to wait for confirmation today.
Nice. Well,
Normally,
you're not climbing back. You already had a great morning, right?
yeah, we had a good morning. So normally we don't do that, but we're going to wait for it. I mean, we've not touched let me see if we've had any 50 EMA touches on the 1 minute on these pullbacks. Oh, we're there now. That's what I was just about to look at. So we did have one earlier here. I like to use the 1 minute if I'm scalping, use that 50 EMA or the 21 on the 2. I mean, you can see how strong those are. So nice. The first one, we had a really nice play off of it, a little drawdown, but it did push up nicely off there. So we're kind of at that 50 EMA here now. If we lose this 50 EMA, we might get a little bit deeper of a pullback here. So
this is a very selly candle. This is the most selly candle we've had up here. That's one of the things I look at is how many of these candles have been bullish as opposed to bearish. And on the run up, we had the ratio a lot more skewed to the bulls, and we're losing that ratio up here. So that's why it could be setting up.
Deba's going to throw in a butt scratcher for free today for an account. All free. Barbie said she'll take that butt scratcher.
Everybody needs a good butt scratch.
Why not?
And everyone here listening to one side of this conversation is probably thinking I have a really weird job.
They're like, she's in there talking to herself, scratching her butt. I mean, what's going on here? What is going on?
Yeah, we are towards the bottom of this little box. So it's a riskier little long scalp here, but I do see,
Well,
it's getting kind of ugly though.
Especially after you've had a couple of touches down there in the box. You know,
Yeah.
I don't know that I want to be taking the third or fourth touch down there.
The other thing I'm watching is VIX, and VIX was really just falling apart and melting earlier, and it's not. It's holding right now.
Oh my goodness. People. What are we doing over here? What are we doing?
Alex, I drew a box around the candles. I don't know what the deal is. Chat's going insane.
Let's see. What could this be? What animal? Could this be the rat pattern? A possible rat pattern? I'm not sure.
Something like that. It's not real good trading conditions yet. I know. Well, I mean, earlier, if you could get in on this long, it did give a lot of little opportunities to get in. So that was our trade. The way I look at it, this was our trade for the morning. The market blessed us with this long, and now it doesn't know what to do.
Yeah, I mean, if you're not already green, there's no point in chasing it, right? Protect your profits. There's nothing wrong with walking away. So
it's trying to hold inside that box. See?
Oh, we might get a long setup here. We are top of the hour, though, huh?
Yep.
Stop is a bit wider than I'm comfortable with. I'll take it. For the stream, I'll take it. We'll take it for the stream. So if it loses, it's Barbie's fault. So just remember that. We got a limit order sitting at 868.25. We're going to be looking for 10 points. Yes, I know I'm trading with negative R today. I am well aware. That is kind of
You can take it though.
Yeah, why not? It is a little bit middle of the range, top of the box, if you will. Don't take it. Oh.
That is the thing about this hour. When we end up in these chat zones, the chat is like, go long, go short. Why are you not long yet? You missed that.
What's wrong with you?
Yeah, there's no Tom Sabo guarantee right now.
I need that guarantee. Where's it at? That's how I trade. There's no guarantee.
This price action is a mess inside the box. Danger. Unless you're just scalping top to bottom, edge to edge. Yeah, who has forgotten to hit the like button? Not me.
We need 10 more. Max said hit the like button too.
He's trying.
We're not tagged in yet. Again, we got our limit sitting up there at 68 and a quarter. So not tagged in just yet.
Bark means longs.
It does. I agree. Maybe I'm supposed to already be long. I'm not sure. I'm not sure, Max. I don't know what you want me to do, bud. Even the dog's on the payroll. What other firm
Not
is
me
doing
barking.
that? My dog's, he's rowdy today. He is very rowdy today. He's been like that all morning.
Is it crisp outside? Is it Zoomies time?
He's like looking out the window. So his chair is like, it's over there right by the window, so he can just stand on the edge and look out. He loves
It's
to look out
horse
the window.
Zoomie season too, so you got to be careful when you're letting him go. When we take him out to the pasture, especially the mare, if anybody knows about horses, but it's a real quick unhalter and back away and make sure you don't get kicked in the face.
Waiting for the account blow notification like it's a text from my ex.
No.
All right, this trade's about to be invalid. Yeah. So good thing I did not get tagged in. We did not get tagged in on it. See, that's why we place our entry where it's supposed to be.
See, it's like they strategically gave us that 1-day pass special for this week.
It's perfect.
There we go. Here's the move lower. We're getting out of the box.
Yeah, a little grab out of the box and then rip back higher.
No, we could pull back here. Let's see if we get a decent pullback. I don't want to mess with my accounts because I did small trading earlier and not big trading. But
all right, how do you
want to spot finally?
How do you want to pull the first winner? What are we going to do?
That's a really good question.
That's a good question. I don't know what
First,
to do.
Everyone has to have liked and subscribed to MyFundedFutures, obviously.
Let's get it going, guys. Chestnuts on an open fire. Yeah, it's almost that time. Almost. Got to get past Thanksgiving first. How many people in the chat have put their Christmas tree up already?
Not me yet.
Mine's up, but it's because I normally put it up the Saturday after Thanksgiving, but my kids are not with me this year on Thanksgiving, so we put it up earlier. You don't have a tree? Get a tree.
I got all the dog hair out of all the corners, though. I'm ready. You have to do that before you add stuff, right?
Yeah, you're supposed to. Listen, guys, you know that I was a cable guy in my former life. You would not believe how many times I would go in people's houses in like June and July and the Christmas tree is still up. Oh, the tree would still be up. I'm like, oh, you're really into Christmas, huh? Christmas in July. Yeah, that's from last year. Who puts it up 1 month early? I don't know. When you have kids, it's one of those things, right? Yeah, I was an installer of Fiber Splice Guide. We installed cable. I didn't do fiber. I just did cable internet. Cable
Methodical,
internet.
the cable man.
That's right. The cable guy. So, yeah, one trade T. I'm not really shorting. I'm still thinking buy the dips is in play here, but who knows? I mean, if the ES loses that 6,700 level, then maybe we'll consider it. I do think price could pull back into the 820s here for sure. So, gonna leave some milk and cookies. Thank you.
That's very important.
The milk and cookies are amazing. Good old milk and cookies. Yeah, you get too much milk and cookies and you know, you could be sick. You could be sick. I'll eat all the cookies. Uh-oh, Wyatt's she's trying to get another tree for the man cave. Come on, man. If you're married, you know, you don't have to sign up on anything. She's gonna do what she wants. That's the way that works. They're gonna do what they want. Isn't that right, Barbie?
I mean, yeah, happy wife, happy life. That's what they say, right?
So, what was my main reason from switching from cable man to trading? Well, you know, money, number one, and not really a huge fan of crawling under houses. Although, you know, I did it. This is kind of this is a little bit choppy to even take this, to be honest. I'm considering it. I'm not a fan of snakes either, although snakes I didn't see very often. Spiders don't bother me. I don't care about spiders. They're fine. I'll just crawl right through a spider web. I don't care. But snakes, yeah, I don't like snakes. I don't kill them. I'm not one of those people. I don't kill them on sight. If they stay out of my way, I stay out of their way, kind of deal. But yeah. And plus, working outside in the cold's never any fun, right?
I don't do cold weather, so that's all you.
Not that it's super cold in Georgia. I mean, very few days get below the 20, you know, kind of the 20-degree mark. So, what's the craziest thing I've seen as a cable man? I don't think I can tell you that story on here. I mean, let's be honest. There's a lot of people. We can go with the simple stuffs. We've seen objects that should not be left out on like nightstands and stuff. You know, we've been in bathrooms with things stuck to the shower. You can interpret that as you will. Underwear all over the place. You know, dirty diapers tossed behind television sets. Roaches everywhere. I mean, pretty much, if you can think of it, we've seen it, unfortunately.
I just remember we had moved, and the cable guy came and was installing the cable box and all that stuff. And my 2-year-old had just, upgraded to a twin bed. And this is like a 20-year-old guy. This little 2-year-old comes marching out. Come look at my big bed. Come look at my big bed. That poor guy's like, what do I do?
Okay, Mendez wants to know if I ever stumbled upon a dead body. No. However, I did go into a crawl space one time, and the guy had it completely concreted, and it was covered in, had everything plastic, like encapsulated, and there was a huge freezer in there with a lock on it, and it creeped me out. I was like, who puts a freezer in their crawl space and puts a lock on it? Like, I mean, that's creepy as hell. And it wasn't like it was sitting like at the opening. It was around a corner where you couldn't even see it from the crawl space door. That freaked me out. I didn't, try to open it or anything, but I did video it when I was under there. I sent it to a few people. I was like, this is creepy. So very, very creepy. But yeah, no dead bodies. I've had people threaten to kill me though. When I'm you disconnect their service and they get pissed off and turn it back on or I'm gonna kill you. No, I'm out of here. So oh goodness.
We are getting some more of that melting down.
Had marijuana in it.
Almost down to 6,700.
Yeah, that's kind of the line in the sand there, bull bear line in the sand for me. So it is what it is. I used to be a repo guy as well. I used to work for a rent-to-own furniture store before I was a cable guy. So we used to repo furniture. A lot of fun.
We might hang around here and fill out a little bit lower into the 6,700.
If Barbie doesn't make that payment on her refrigerator, I'm going to be there to pick it up in the next week or two. I'll have to show up and take the fridge. You guys think I'm joking? Like, you would show up to
I was
somebody's
supposed
house.
to say, do people make payments on refrigerators?
Yes. You would show up to their house and they would have a TV and a refrigerator. And they would say, take the refrigerator. We're keeping the TV.
Priorities.
That's right. Take the fridge. We don't need it. I need my TV.
How do I handle lunch chop? I do try to just avoid it unless I see a really good setup. The thing is, if I have an A plus setup, it's either going to be there or not. And I can stretch and try to say maybe, but then it's not, right? Then it's like a B at best. So there are plenty of other things to do. I mean, there's lots of things to do, right? You could even go do laundry. But sometimes I'll just watch TV a little bit. I'm hanging out with y'all today. That's my favorite. But you don't have to be engaged with the charts all day. I also find by this day, if I've already been trading for a couple of hours, it's good to not be staring at charts the whole time. You should be like giving your brain some breaks.
Craziest repo story. I mean, I had a person pull a gun on me one time and it was a woman. So
only one time, huh? In
just
repo
one time.
business?
Yeah. She well, most people say that kind of stuff, but they don't do anything. But this woman was, she pulled a gun on me. So
Well, people
guess
are
what?
always saying they're going to sue.
I still picked up her stuff. I still left with the furniture. Pull the gun if you want. I'm still getting the furniture. That's right. So we'll go deeper into that story. I'll tell you a little bit more about that story. The woman pulled a gun on me and it ended up being someone that my mom knew. And so I was like, hey, don't you know who my mom is? And she's like, no. And then I told her, and she put the gun away and said, please don't tell your mom. Well, I told my mom. And the next time my mom saw her, it was on site, if you know what that means. It was on site. The next time my mom saw her. What do you guys think happened? My mama kicked her. She kicked her head in. My mama
Nia
didn't
Lockie
play.
was wondering if I look for volume spikes to confirm entry or if I lean on tape reading more. I do kind of, I guess I lean more on tape reading. I want to see what levels are either seeing absorption or expansion. And you can really kind of watch that because you'll see one level where it's really imbalanced. The candle's not moving up, but they're hitting sell. And so I watch for things like that. Once we get above or below those levels, it's usually pretty telling. And that's when you can kind of, that's where I start seeing the confirmations. It's a lot harder when we're chopping around like this. And that's why I don't see those moves as clearly. Just, it's like anything else. The more data you have to process, the more accurate it's going to be. During lunchtime chop on a holiday week, we don't have as much. So. And we've talked about this before too. Like if it's really hard to read, that's a good time to sit out and not try to force stuff.
Yeah, somebody asked what my headset is. It's a G733. I don't know. That's the model number. Man, I still like the long here. I like how we didn't really go lower, but it is a little bit.
Yeah, I think
dangerous.
they had to kind of get down there. We had some imbalanced areas on the level 2, basically down lower, and we've taken care of that.
I'm long here.
Okay, let's go.
Looking for 63 here.
Let's go on the other side of the box.
One side to the other.
Oh, you're just going for a tiny little move. You could just get it?
10 points, yeah.
Nice.
10 points. So kind of the same idea as I was looking at earlier. Look for the break above this candle here at 54. I mean, it's just a bull flag setup. That's all it is. You could try to take it to the high if you wanted to, but I just scalped her. Give a little scalp. I like how the ES held at 67.01. That's kind of my bull bear line there. So, and this thing is just squeezing. Look at it. So if your entry is 3 ticks away, would you force the trade or wait for the entry? Mendez, I never, if I have a limit order, I will never mark it in if I'm looking for a limit order entry. I don't know about Barbie, but yeah, I usually mark it in, but if I got a limit place somewhere, I just leave it there.
If I have a limit at a level that I'm waiting for, I leave it there. But sometimes it'll miss it, and then I still see all my confirmations. In that case, I'll mark it in and cancel the old one. Someone was asking if I have a daily loss limit for online shopping. No, I don't just like sit here and look for things to buy. If I'm shopping online, it's because I either have something in mind already or need to get something. I am expensive though. I will tell you that. My house is expensive. I'm expensive. Everything's expensive.
That's hilarious. A daily loss limit. Look at this thing go. I mean, that's just trend line liquidity, guys. That's all we did.
Yeah, the buyers just all showed back up here too.
Yeah, we just pulled back, generated some trend line liquidity, kind of trapping in some shorts, and then you just rip their face off. I mean, it's all it was doing there.
That was a good example of what somebody was looking for. A bunch of sellers did show up kind of when we got below that 704 area, but they bought it right back up, and those guys are all back holding down there now. So
yeah, that's the thing. Like, I like going for the 10 points. Sometimes I'll try to leave a runner on. Like you see me guys a couple of days next week where I'm like last week where I was like, let me just try to leave a runner on. But for the most part, you know, I just kind of feel it out day to day. Some days I just take the 10 points and walk and just call it a day. So it really just depends. So obviously, if I knew it was going to squeeze like this, we probably would have left a runner, but there's no way to know that. We're up $235 on our account. Let's go. We are only, what are we at? We're like $1,000 away from passing. So not too bad. We are working on 5 of those core accounts. So 4 cores and 1 scale. Try to get those passed.
ooh, you have a lot of evals going. I was considering starting one this week. I'm kind of doing my no eval personal challenge right now, but it seems like a good week for evals.
Yeah, I'm gonna do. I'm trying to get quite a bit past to kind of top out on the funded side there to where we want to be. So,
well, a lot of your strategy is taking small account or small moves in a lot of accounts, right?
yeah. So right now I copy trade about 40 accounts at one time, and I'm just looking for $50 per day on those accounts. So it's kind of the way I go with it. And those moves add up. I mean, once you get to the buffer, you're going to make a lot of money, right? So lots of money, but there's risk there. You got to always be aware of the risk. Man, look at the ES.
Ask me what trade copier you use. Are you using the one in Quant Tower?
I use Replicanto.
Okay, so is that a Ninja Trader?
It is a Ninja.
Or is that on both? Okay.
Yeah, it's a Ninja. I use Replicanto. I do have accounts that are on Quant Tower, but I'm going to be trading. I try to trade them all through Replicanto if I can. So, yeah, I like Replicanto. I don't have any issues with it.
Replicanto is not on TradingView. It's on Ninja Trader.
Yeah, I use Quantower's copier too, but for much less accounts. Quantower, the copier can't handle more than, I mean, in my experience, I mean, you're getting into the sketchy area if you get north of 10 on the Quantower copier. So I like Replicanto because you can have multiple Ninja or multiple Trade of 8 connections in one rhythmic. So that's what I like. That's why I like using it. You can have as many.
That's why I ended up over there too.
Yeah,
all the different connections, unlimited.
Yeah. You could do that with Quantower too, but the copier tends to start having issues if you get north of 10. I don't want to deal with that. So I don't like dealing with it. We're kind of struggling here at the 880s. See if we can get through.
It's from Flowbots, so you can go to Flowbots' website.
It is. Yep. And I like copiers that are not like, don't bill you every month. I like that you just pay X number of dollars and you just have it.
I also use Replicanto, but I've been playing with another one. I'm not going to share it until I know I love it yet, but it is a good one. Replicanto is.
Replicanto.
Replicanto.
She says canto. I say canto. It's tomato. Same thing.
Somebody has commented all over my videos that I pronounce VWAP wrong.
How do you say it?
So VWAP. So
sounds right to me. I mean, it doesn't sound
I
like
commented potato.
Yeah. I mean, WeWap, VWAP.
Here's the high on ES. High a day.
There. NASDAQ just pushed through
New
there
high
too.
date. Yep, there we go. Strong market. Very strong today. The target I have up here is 6720. We're not quite there yet, but it's kind of an old level. So I was giving it a lot of extra forgiveness. The older the levels are, the looser they tend to be, less precise.
I like TradeSync too, Joshua. The I don't know if that copier has like the reliability of Replicanto. So like what I do is if I got multiple rhythmic connections, I'll use that one, TradeSync, to carry the rhythmics, and then I'll have one of those, one of the Trade of 8 lead accounts be the lead account on Replicanto, and then this way it's kind of a little trick where you can have multiple rhythmics at the same time. But I don't feel comfortable putting that many accounts on there just yet. Like I feel comfortable with Replicanto. So there is an SMT up here at the highs, guys. So I mean, this is kind of your
moment. Are we finally going to drop down?
Yeah, it's your first. That's your first indicator, right? That maybe there's a reversal coming here.
Maybe. We are at the top of the box, so that was the spot to short.
Nice little rip, 20 points off that high. So your trade of 8 was 10-minute delayed, Colorado. You probably just hadn't have live data on it yet. I would encourage, you don't have to pay for the data, but I mean, it's so much better if you just choose to pay the $7. That's what I do. I mean, that way you just have your own live data. I just pay the $7, and then that way I never have to worry about that. Because if you pay for it, still, it works across any other accounts that you put on there. I think it's completely worth it. So let's see if ES breaks this SMT at the highs or not. My guess is it probably will, but who knows? Hey, the Punisher, you're welcome. If you're trading metals, you have to turn them on manually through MyFundedFutures site. Thank you, Unconditional Love. I did not know that either. So you got a wick on the top of that 5-minute candle and a wick on this 2-minute candle here. So what I would do is if I was maybe looking to short, maybe I'd move up to the 5-minute here. And if we can get through this gap here with some momentum, then maybe you could take a short. Maybe for a scalp. We're so bullish though.
Scalps are just lower probability. That's what I'm saying. Like we had the higher probability trades earlier. There are some scalp possibilities. It's just I wouldn't bet the whole account on this price action right now.
Yeah, tough to do. You have an SMT at the high, so if you get a nice bearish candle through that gap, then I think it would be an okay spot to short, but we'll see. We will see. But like Barbie said, she said, just go long. She's probably right. She's probably right. I'm trying to structure something for a short, but that's the thing. When you have to kind of put this idea okay, if this, then this, then maybe you could short. It's probably not the best of ideas, right?
Every single short idea I've had is just not followed through. So it's still by the dips. had a really good little opportunity to buy the dips on the 5-minute down here at the. I mean, did we literally hit 6,700? 67 and a quarter.
Yeah,
Missed
right
it by a
at it.
tick.
Yeah, right at it. No bark, no trade. That's right. All right, Barbie, who you got this weekend? You got A&M or you got Texas?
A&M. Well, it's Texas A&M. Well, you mean to win? No,
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
rooting for Texas Longhorns.
You guys heard that. She just
But-
picked A&M to win.
Well, okay. I mean, they're like undefeated, so that's a problem.
What's that got to do with anything?
We got some problems. It's going to be a little tough. Fortunately, I do genuinely like both schools, but I'm a Longhorn, so.
What is my highest payout? Last year in October, I think it was around $22,000, something like that.
Ooh.
So we had a good October last year. Yeah, a really good October. I was actually trading that was when I was in Austin too. I was trading when I was in Austin.
Good luck around here. You should come back.
Yeah. We'll go back one day. I'm sure we'll come back one day. One of these days. All right, guys, we got about 3 minutes left here. You guys got any questions for us? Anything you want to know? A&M's winning, says Juice Bag. I think Texas has a shot. They got a shot.
There's always a shot.
Yeah, that's why we
But-
play the game.
It's a tall order, is what I am going to admit. It's a tall order.
Is that game at home though?
I'm so confused because they used to have a special schedule for the A&M game, and we're not doing that anymore. So I don't know where it is actually. I'm not going to it, obviously.
Yeah. I can't remember where it is. I think it is at home.
I don't know if you noticed, but our quarterback is either on or off. So.
Yeah, I thought he played okay.
Is that
against
UT?
Georgia.
Okay. Well, that's good for UT. We got a high energy stadium, seriously high energy. So.
Is everybody green in the chat? Anybody red? Go Jackets. Get out of here, Carson. My son's going to go to Georgia Tech, but I'm still not going to root for him. Still not going to do it.
I would forgive a child if they went to A&M. It's not that serious, but
Yeah, no, he can go. He can go wherever he wants. I don't care. It's fine. Red day for you, Grim. That's all right. Nothing wrong. Hey, only 564. That's a great day, Joshua. Let's go. 10K booked. Nice.
nice. Any way you do it, though, you just want to be able to survive to trade another day. So, you should have your budget for how many accounts you're going to have in a month or what your limits are and all that sort of thing. Just stick with that plan. We'll get there.
Yeah, great engineering school. Yeah, he wants to be a chemical engineer, and some people were making jokes that that's what Walter White did too.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, well, let's hope he doesn't do anything like that.
My dad's a chemical engineer, and he has taught me some things.
Uh-oh.
Well, one time he walked in, he's like, I think you're making a pipe bomb. I was like, it's not what I'm trying to do.
I'm just trying to make a pipe minus the bomb. That's all.
Yeah, Matt's a chemical engineer too.
Is he?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
They're pretty rare. There's not a lot of chemical guys.
I don't even know what they do. What do they do? Maybe I can ask him at.
My dad did wastewater systems, but he would also he engineered a racetrack, like for cars. I have a lifetime membership because he engineered a racetrack. So making sure that the water was going to get off of the track right and everything. He's done like zoo and sanctuary facilities where they have like bird mess and all that. So someone's got to figure out how to deal with all that stuff.
Oh, yeah. Matt helped invent the absorbent in diapers. I do think I remember him saying that.
Oh,
yeah. Kane, I don't ban anybody. Say what you want. I don't ban you. Now, Barbie, she might hit you with the ban hammer.
I ban the Discord all the time, but MyFundedFutures doesn't ban you if you're successful. If you're really successful, hopefully they'll get you in live and be making money with you.
Yeah, they'll throw you over in live. You'll be good.
That's the goal there. if you make too much money, you get kicked out of Sim Live and you get put into real live.
Your dad is still getting milk from the store. Hey, the store's a long ways away, D. Right. Give him time. He'll make his way back. He'll make his way back. All right, here we go. Oh,
Glasses. I have a hat. Is it prepared? Oh, we got money.
Barbie, have you seen my cowboy hat? Hold on, this is iDocs, but don't make.
Yeah, I asked you about that. It looked a little. Maybe it doesn't fit you, but it's
Oh wait, I think I have it on backwards. Hold on, no, that's it.
very
It's,
cute.
Wearing in your honor.
I could. My glasses aren't in here, so you can hat. If you have money, guys.
It's,
There we go.
what is it? What's on yours? It's like a sparkle diamond something. Oh, do you have a money gun too? Heck yeah.
Yeah, this is my ICT hat.
Oh.
So it's tinfoil.
let me get my real gun. No, wait, never mind.
Yeah, me
Yeah,
too.
I'm ready.
That's funny. Yeah, I think like iDoc went to some work event that had it was like cowboy themed, and this is like just like a sequin rubber, I don't know, foam hat, but it does this, right? It has sparkly LED lights on it. Not as cool as your glitter one, I guess.
Well, this one, yeah, this is tinfoil because they kept talking about ICT. So
Yeah. Oh, that's foil. Okay. It looks okay. Now I can see that it's foil. It's so reflective in your room. When you look down, I can see that it's foil, but it actually looks like it's pink sequined glitter. That's actually full tinfoil hat.
this is the sparkly one. This one's all sparkles. So I can see how they could be confused.
That one looks expensive for being sparkle hat.
I think it was from Amazon, but you know,
Yeah, that hat gets really good Wi-Fi reception.
this one does not. This is my hater blocker.
That is funny. What's up with y'all today? How's it going?
Well, I was in a long time ago, and I'm done with that. So I've just been watching it keep melt higher. Got
Mhm.
stuck for a little bit.
Yeah. Do you guys feel the market just like as after expiration, it just completely forgot about last month? It feels like today, right?
Yeah, it's just doing what it wants.
Things back to normal. I don't know. I really don't know.
Well, just recovering the entire move almost, or 300-400 points away from it.
Yeah.
It's probably
feel
where it's
like-
going.
You feel like after Nvidia, right? Market went up really crazy after Nvidia, after NFP, and then it just basically overreacted to the overreaction, and we went right back on path to like coast in at expiration. And then once we expired, like we wake up Monday and VIX is in decay, things are good. Market's just sort of like no longer afraid of this giant quote unquote AI bubble that's about to pop, and Michael Berry's full port short, and seems like we forgot about that or what?
The market
What do y'all
said
think?
F Burry's puts.
Yeah. I don't know what you guys think. On general, I have some pretty sizable call betting going on here. I put another strangle on the market, but I also am only short-term or medium-term puts. About 4-to-1 ratio on capital invested to the call side as of last Friday. So I'm pretty heavy on the reversal side as far as options
I don't
goes.
have much short term right now. I feel like it's been kind of a tricky spot to do my swings. So I've been just
Yeah.
being patient. Far dated out though, I'm still in leaps for calls and I didn't switch to puts. So
Mhm. Oh yeah, you have your Januaries. What was your target for those?
oh, I'm January 2027.
Oh,
And
leaps.
they're-
Yeah, you're way out there. That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
You were a year out.
I mean, I probably did have some January calls, but I don't now. I just went and
Mhm.
checked. I was just admiring how empty my portfolio is right now. I need to find some stuff, but I still have the SPY 2027 calls. Those are 795s.
Yeah, I was curious, like, what does that convert to the S&P 795? Is that like 7,200, 7,300? Where is that? Let me look at that real quick.
I don't remember, but
I'll do
I
it.
had done those kind of measurements, and
Yeah, I'll do it for you real quick. Because I'm curious how far out. So you said 795.
yeah, for January,
Okay,
14
so
months
that's 100. That's 1250 up from here. So that's going to be 79. Okay, roughly 7,900 in a year.
out. We'll see.
Oh,
It's possible.
I'm that
14
bullish
months.
too. I 100% that bullish with you. I'm there. I think that's not possible. I think it's very possible. As long as things are progressing, we keep getting rate cuts. The economy isn't dying due to AI or whatever. We should be fine. I don't know. I think October, November was just like a much needed correction along the way up. We haven't had anything since the March lows, and like I said, I never went on Twitter screaming for bear market. I was like, we'll just get through this month or two and maybe things should be good after that.
Hey, Matt, I want you to redo the Rocket Scooter song with your voice.
Which, welcome,
Re-record.
Or wait, what kind of voice do you want though?
No,
Do
your
you
voice.
want like my voice? You want like metal sounding voice? You want me to scream? You want me to sing folk? Like what style you want?
Just your voice, just like it is.
80s hairband style.
You've seen those where they can redo it with your own voice now. I mean, I know that.
Oh, really? Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. So they like auto tune it and all that to make it sound good.
I heard that like somebody a long time ago, I was in a metal band when I was in college and I was the singer. And this is before iPhones, right? So you couldn't record it unless you had recording equipment. But in my old, whatever my Nokia brick phone was, I recorded us playing one time in our practice studio. And I have this, and I somehow transferred it to a computer a million years ago. And it is just this like horrible sounding audio version and the only recorded version of me ever being in a band ever. People are like, you can upload that to AI and it'll clean it up and make it sound good. So maybe I'll release that on Twitter if you guys ever want to hear me sing in a metal band when I was like 18 years old. It'll be like a better version though, because it's AI.
Yeah. Look at ES making new highs here. NASDAQ too.
Futures 420 said he'll do it for me. I know you'll do it for me. You guys, we have all this AI songwriting in our chat all the time, and people are like, they write songs so fast, it's meta. I get songs in chat that's like, Matt just picked his nose on stream 5 minutes ago, and it's just like, what? Like, that's how quick they are at writing music. It's hilarious. We do it all day long. And getting bored. Matt's in the bathroom. When's he coming back? Ding, ding, ding.
He says he's in the bathroom.
I'm mostly in there just crying. Oh, my portfolio.
So how did your
Barbie play guitar? That's what chat's asking you to do.
Yeah.
Yeah. We have to collaborate, make the new band.
So I was trying to look. Can I see how your GPT trade went today?
Oh yeah. So today, yeah, it's a good question. Appreciate you asking that. The dice rolled about here, right between the 720, 760 level.
Wow.
Rocket Scooter Liquidity Pocket is one of my favorite setups. It's a very strong play. What we call on our tools, where it's basically looking at options landscape, bear zone and bull zone. Bear zone to bull zone trade is something that usually works about 90% of the time when the stock's confluence is on par. And when this ratio, I'm circling top left of my screen, is greater than half, stocks are bullish, which means when you're fighting between a bear and bull zone on the index, it tends to choose bull rather than bear just to trail the stocks. And so I took the long here, which is really nice, and just closed out on that bump. And then ChatGPT rolled a second time right here at this consolidation at one risk interval, which is a number we use with margin requirements. And then I took a tiny short scout from here to here and got out. So I got lucky 2 trades in a row. After getting my ass kicked last week, I think I lost like 6 out of the 7 trades it chose for me to do. It's pretty gnarly. So I went and did the P&L history. I'm only down on the account like less than 10%. I'm in the plus or minus 10% the whole time, which I think is pretty good despite the crazy market conditions we had. It could have been much worse.
This is largely a money management challenge, right? Because the whole point is to not get destroyed no matter what trade you get thrown into.
Yeah, and then the market's like, look, 1,000 points down. Like in that environment, I'm sort of proud of myself for it. It could have been like much worse. So when things stabilize and I crawl out, market's good and I've got money in my pocket, which is really the point of the challenge, is to show that if you're trading in your weak spot, which volatility and that kind of trading is my weak spot, which I normally would avoid, if I could walk away from that with most of my money still intact, I'm golden for when the market gets better, right? Because most people usually trade in their weak spot and lose everything. When their strong trade comes up, they're like, I got no more money to trade. So I'm kind of stuck.
Right.
So, but my win rate is 50% for this challenge. 100. It's literally exactly 50%. So I've been throwing some pretty bad. I've been throwing some dogs. I've been throwing some good ones. Unfortunately, today I got lucky with 2 good ones. But
Well, all right, guys, I'm going to jump out of here for the day.
Thanks, bud.
We'll be back
I'll
tomorrow.
head out with you.
Good luck, everybody. We'll
We have data tomorrow, so hopefully a little more excitement.
Exactly.
Hopefully.
All right, we'll see you guys later.
All right. Thanks for stopping by, friends.
Yeah.
We'll see y'all later. Y'all have a good day. See y'all tomorrow. What's up, guys? All right. So let's go ahead and analyze this. Speaking of the challenge, the random trading challenge, I'm going to end in a month. I'm going to end at the end of this week, which is at the end of the month. I'm going to tell you, this has been one of my most favorite things I've done, and one of y'all's least favorite things I've done. And it's like, maybe as a whole, a lot of people love it. Let me start over. A lot of people love it. A lot of people say this is their favorite thing that I've done, but it's just as polarizing, where there's a lot of people that have said, I hate that you're doing this, like scathing reviews. Like, I can't believe you're doing this. This is horrible. I wanted to do something completely different. It's the worst. See, that's what I'm saying. I try to do something that stands out. There's all this sort of like, everyone out there is doing the same thing. Watch me trade, watch me make money, watch me trade props. Everyone's burning and churning prop evals or whatever, just doing their own thing, same thing on YouTube's. But like, I'm like, let me do something purely educational. And all you knuckleheads, a lot of you guys hated it. Like, some of you are like, I learned so much from the challenge, but other people are like, this is the worst thing I've ever tuned in. I'm never watching your stream again. I'm like, well, I had a lot of fun with it. I'm so glad for it to be over, though, and I'm glad you guys are as well. But the neat part about it is it's throwing me into a situation that I don't get to choose, right? And I have to figure out what kind of trade I'm going to take based on the risk and everything. And I got to jump in on a trade. And I'm taking the weirdest trades and missing out on all the juice and like, the good stuff. And people are like, I can't wait to see you start making money again, blah, 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 blah. And I get it. It's not really like care. But when the quality of the show, especially, is like me just having to explain the challenge over and over and over again, like, promise you guys the best thing you'll ever learn. Normally you watch me trade and I'll take my A+, I'll get in and get out, and I don't do much work with it. Like an example is liquidity pocket, right? Bear zone to bull zone press works 9 out of 10 times when you have the confluence. It's actually a really good scalp. Some of my favorite scalps, right? And I could just take it every time. And normally when it hits, I would just take my long, it's 5 contracts here and then close out on maybe 4, hold a runner of 1, let it go. If the market taps up, comes back, I'll add to it with my full position to go again. I take this trade all the time, but you don't ever see me take a lot of drawdown on it or even get to play with the entry. Like, I just take the long here and I hold through it and I stop. I'll get out quick. If I win, I win. And I only manage the winning side. Very rarely have you guys seen in the last maybe 5 or 6 months me get into a really nasty bear situation, upside down situation, and have to work my way out of it. You don't get a lot of that. And I was inspired by a couple of days when I did have that happen, and people were like so excited about those days, because they might see I'll take 10K of drawdown, then walk away with 2K in profit and somehow work my way out of a loss and to get back. And people sometimes say it's the most exciting thing they saw because they got to see what happens when things really go crazy, when I lose all my tools, right? And like the equivalent would be, I talked about it earlier today. There's this old clip of BB King playing, like the guitar player, right? He's playing. And all of a sudden, like a string busts on his guitar, and flawlessly continues to play the same song, but modifying where he played the notes because he's missing a string, but still hitting all the same notes on the other strings. And it was such a beautiful example of when you hear the guy play, you're like, oh, he's so great. He's a good guitarist. But when you see him play in that circumstance, you go legend. Like, that's the whole point. You see that and you go, oh my God, the guy's a legend, because that's proof of that higher tier skill set that you don't even get to see. You don't know how much of a musical gift somebody will have until that happens. And you go, oh, that's a whole next level of things I need to learn. Shit, I only know my scale here, but without that string, I don't know the variance on the scale, so I can play it in other strings, right? So I was kind of like, Brian May did. Yeah, Brian May also did it too. So I'm like, the idea that when you get to see somebody in that situation, then you get to learn all that upper level echelon of knowledge that you never get to experience pretty much ever, because nobody's ever thrown into the weird situation like that. Like, oh, shoot, I didn't know you can play it this way or play it that way. And I thought that would be really cool for you guys to learn, but people are mostly just want to see banger plays. So, you know, we'll see what happens at the end of this month. The 10K heat, but 2K profit, that's good management. I mean, it's not good management, but it's not, the idea is in a normal day, I might lose 2K, 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 and then win 2K, 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 2K. And then there's the journey for the day, but it's not like 10K risk to make 2K is the goal. And the random challenge, it forces that to be the goal, to be able to still stay engaged in a trade sometimes. And I got to take some kind of heat. But the example is, no matter how hard the market's crashing, no matter how bad the volatility is, I'm pretty much at the starting line still, which is a pretty good, I say is a pretty good result to the challenge. The goal of the challenge was to not lose money. The goal of the challenge was like, maybe I can make money. Now, again, the stats are what they are. It's pretty much even across the board. And again, this is, let me preempt this by showing you guys the environment that we were in. You guys all remember what last month was. The challenge didn't even start in a bull market. The challenge started like back here in this crashy sideways flush out everything die market. And so I usually will be sitting out most volatility, right? And not really trading. But this is kind of what it was. Up, down, up, down, up. It was more up than it has been down, which has been good. But you can think of this as like stock market's been going up, 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 up. And then there's a month the stock market did this, right? And so if my portfolio was normally, which you guys saw the last couple of months, was just up, 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 up. I have a world record balance I'm trying to get. I was doing fairly well against like, again, all my accounts I was trading. Imagine that I'm making money, and then the market pulls back and my P&L looks like this. So my P&L is like up and up and up and up. And then all of a sudden the P&L is just chopping at the top, which is kind of what you can think of this as, is this random challenge. It's just the P&L kind of chopping at the top. It could have been much, much, much worse with, 100-ish K start, that it turned out to be pretty okay what I was expecting. 50%, which is a lot smaller than what you guys normally see me do. I was about 75% for the year. The max run up to max drawdown is run 1-to-1. Again, spinning my wheels like nothing was crazy. My largest winning trade, my largest losing trade, about the same. My average winning trade, my average losing trade, about the same. My standard deviation, exactly the same. I would call this a fantastic example of risk management because all of my parameters are in check, despite how you witnessed or watched the channel or what days you tuned in. At the end of the day, this is pretty much as even as it freaking gets. There are no weird stats on here that showed I got lucky on one trade or unlucky on one trade. I just basically, in the random challenge, traded perfectly neutral. Isn't that crazy? One half of the trades it gave me. Winning trade, losing trade, largest the same size, average the same size, standard deviation the same size. That's extremely near flawless positional control and risk control. Not bad for the random trading challenge, right? Although the P&L is not fantastic, it's random. And the fact that I could turn out stats like this in the random challenge, I'm actually pretty impressed by how well I navigated it. Pretty cool, right? Point proven. Let's move on. See, you guys don't have patience for it. Y'all hate it. I'll get back to making banger plays. Don't you worry. But not bad, right? All the stats are pretty decent, right? Run up to drawdown, exactly the same. Average trade size, exactly the same. Max trade size, exactly the same. So, somebody said, bruh, deleting comments and shit. My hands are in the air. I'm not deleting anything. You see this? I don't even have my mouse. I'm like doing dances in the air. So that's it. It was very interesting, right? Very interesting to see how the stats played out. So anyways, I was excited. The challenge will end on Friday and see what we end up getting. But overall, just kind of spun my wheels on it. Transparency is extremely important. One day was a 30K swing. One day was down 20 and then up 30. And somebody said this challenge has definitely helped you size down on your trades. This is what I was hoping would resonate with the handful of people that did love it, which actually was a lot of people liked it. But I think people are kind of most used to seeing me jump on and throw out some, my A+ plays and take them. Glad you guys enjoyed it. So it's impossible to trade in prop accounts. Well, right. This is not how you would handle a prop account. Yeah. Kind of mixed feelings here. Yeah, I know. And I did promise you guys I'd do something different. I think it proves a really good point that in reality, if you focus on your risk management, then all you need is a good strategy to become profitable. Like the risk management keeps you from losing money. That's the whole point. And as long as you don't lose money, the profits will come. That's kind of the goal of trading, is to learn how to not lose money. That's the most important lesson. How do you not lose money? In the worst case scenario, as long as you don't lose money, eventually the profits will come. 10K heat wouldn't work. Right. But anyways, our boot camp is going to start on Monday, December the 1st, and everybody here is invited to come to it for free. That's my Black Friday gift for everybody, is my boot camp for the first month, which is every class. You're welcome to stay. It's $20 a month after the first month. But boot camp is 100% free. If you've never taken it before, you can learn everything I teach 100% free. If you've never been in the boot camp ever before. What's up, Keith? Yo, good to see you, man. So that's it. I'll let you guys know more about it when it comes up to it. But on December 1st, you guys better be ready to learn. Where do I get it? I'll let you guys know. So follow my stream, be on my stream, follow my Twitter. I'll be giving all kind of examples on how to get it. As a matter of fact, I'm going to retweet my tweet about it right now. And then you guys go respond to the tweet, and everybody there will get notified for when you can come to the boot camp. Hold up. This one right here. All right. All right. Let me give you the link for it really quick. So I'm really heavy into calls, by the way, and I'll let you guys know I have an options position on the table. I'm very bullish this market again. Here's the link. Hold on really quick. All right, there's the link for it. The most sage-like advice ever. Don't lose money, and eventually the profitability, or as long as you don't lose money trading, eventually the money will come. That's a quote from somebody else. I don't know what trader said that. It's an old guy that said it. I always just kept it in the back of my head. I'm not paraphrasing it, so it's someone else's quote. But as long as you don't lose money, the profits will come, I think is what the quote actually was. And it really is a testament to the most important part of trading, is that the realization, there's some buried advice in there. And the buried advice is you always make money trading, but you never keep it. And so as long as you get rid of the part, like people are like, let me just make more to offset what I lose, is most people's mentality. But imagine that people don't think of, let me just make less so I can keep what I win, is kind of the point of what it's saying. So that link that I posted is how you guys can join the bootcamp for free. Just go post there. And the idea becomes your real main focus of becoming profitable is working on both at the same time. How to make, like, when you run a business, right? Profitability of business is how to make more sales, but simultaneously how to reduce your bottom line. Profit is a twofold thing. It's margins, how much you pay versus how much you sell for. And every single thing you do dynamically affects the other. Like, I can get better margins by getting a cheaper raw material, But if the product tastes different and people don't want to buy it anymore, then sales will be hurt. So what's the offset? Sure, I save money, but then I lose sales. Is there really that big of a difference? So in both sides of the coin, you might want to be more risk off, but then you can't make the profit you used to make with a new strategy. So you have to always like simultaneously like work both of them at the same time. Somebody said it was some old guy. Old guy is in like old, like the saying is like 50 years old. So he's probably old now, but the saying is very old. Yeah. I remember reading about somebody said something or whatever sometime, but it's a good quote. All right. So today's play, right? Let's talk about what's going on with the market. I took 2 trades in the, oh, wait, you can't see my, oh, that's this. I'm up like 20 something thou in my world record accounts that I'm trying to go for. I'm back to trading them. Put those back on the screen. And I'm no longer doing evals because I got grandfathered in on all the evals, and I got my share of those done. These are all just the fundeds now. And then I've got my random challenge account right here. The overall view of the market that I have when we rolled into, let me make this bigger so you guys can see it. Yeah, our boot camp is normally $1 per class, and it's 20 classes long. But anybody that's never taken it can come to all 20 classes for free. Yeah, and you get access to my Discord too. So it's free for 1,000 people can come for free. The first 1,000 people can come for free. I said more than 1,000 to do it. Okay, so VIX, right? We rolled into a new VIX contract for December. VIX was in backwardation for the first time in over a year. I think it's been a year. And this is usually a telltale sign of usually a result of a bear market. Now, we were exhausting ourselves into selling in a bull market. Normally, when the forward curve rolls over, you're a little concerned if the VIX makes its way to the contango and backwardation midpoint and then recovers to the upside, then you're back to bear market for another month. If you hit that line and reject like we did, the response is usually extremely bullish. That volatility is absolutely drying up, and it can be a very strong bull response for the rest of the month. We always talk about our magic number in VIX, and 23.3 is it, and we tapped it and rejected. The minute we tapped 23.3, I started piling in the options. So I have a very substantial, not substantial, but I did have a, let me find it really quick. Not super substantial, but I would say it's not small either. I've got 65,000, give or take, invested in calls right now that expire on the 28th, which is this Friday, and then another lot that expires on the 8th, which is 2 Mondays out. Not this Monday, not the next Monday, but the next Monday. And then I have a short-term strangle on QQQ with some puts and some calls. I've got for the same expiration. I've got 595 on the put side and 612 on the call side. And the majority of that risk is the speculative long position that I have on the call side that I actually bought last week. The leg that's part of the strangle is something I held through last week on the trade. So what I actually ended up doing last week, which was really crazy, was I ended up doing the same kind of strangle trade right here on this particular day. My brain is trying to remember which day it was. It was, where do we open here? Oh, it was on this day. No, it was this day. It was on Tuesday. I had, like, when the market opened and the market jumped right here, I grabbed puts at the bottom, and when market dipped, I grabbed calls for 610 and 612. And then towards the end of this day, I started thinking, you know what, let me just take the long bet on NVIDIA. And I cut out of all my puts here, and I let the calls ride for about 90K in profit. I reinvested some of that into, so I had 610 and 612 calls. I reinvested some of that into some next day calls that expired worthless. And then the market fell. And then on Friday, I loaded up again on calls again. This morning, I engaged in some puts for that put strangle. And that's it. I'm still holding the calls. The 612s, I closed out the 610s for profit before the market crashed. I held on to the 612s because I have a whole nother week to get there. And we're going almost there right now, which is crazy that I held through that, which is pretty cool. So pretty exciting to see. So I've got roughly 15K-ish invested in puts now that I'm looking at it. And I got 60 something K invested in calls, 65K. It's about a 4-to-1. That's it. And should be pretty golden. Am I in the money? No, not in the money. No. These are purely out of the money, speculative. I've got 612 and 620s. 612s by Friday. 620s by 2 Mondays out, 3 Mondays out. That's it. Why bullish? Well, the market's volatility is in decay. We need a bear catalyst, right? We need something to really spark the market again. And the way that I'm looking at it is it doesn't seem like there's much fear in this market right now. We had a little bit of a kind of like a short-term correction. I don't think that was a bear market. We kept flip-flopping between bear and bull signals and weren't sustaining bear market signals for a long time, which is why I never went on Twitter or anything and was saying that this is a bear market, this is the end. I've been standing strong with the bull side, just kind of working my way through the volatility. And while we do have the employment change on ADP on Tuesday and PPI and some retail sales coming out, GDP is on Wednesday. Big news week, right? All this data coming out. And I think people are more inclined to believe that, especially the GDP quarter over quarter, you know, for it to be like recessionary, you need 2 negative quarter over quarters in a row. And I think so far, the way it's been looking, we've been pretty solid. We did have sort of recessionary sort of, and I remember Ray Dalio was even tweeting about this. He's like, this is a sign of a bear market. But then we came back to the September numbers and we're off the charts, 3.8% growth from that negative balance. So everything was just short-term affected by tariffs. And then we immediately adjusted. The very next data point we get is supposed to basically be a confirmation of this. Is this an outlier, right? Is this 3.8% an over response to the quarter over quarter growth rate? Because that's how much we've changed, but we're coming from negative. Is this just an overshoot? If we come back in anything above 2.5 or 3, I think that's pretty solid just to prove that this was a temporary thing. And with that GDP going higher, I don't think there'll be a bear in town. So that's kind of where I'm sitting with this market, is that we are waiting for some pretty solid news to come out and see what happens there. Yeah. And somebody's asking about Black Friday deals. In due time, let everybody make their announcements. We'll see what happens. But I like I said, I'm not very bearish right now. I'm pretty bullish going forward. And I have the dice roll, which is required for me to trade. ChatGPT has chosen for the random challenge. Let me find it real quick. Where was it? Oh, here. 147. So right when I get off the show here, about 15 minutes in, I'm going to have to do my own challenge. Now I'm going to buy a car today, possibly. So I might have to make the trade from my phone, but if I get a call and I have to head up there early, I might go, I might not be streaming. So that's what I'll be doing today. What's the schedule for Thanksgiving? I'll still be streaming on Black Friday. I won't be streaming Thanksgiving though. Buy the bronze one. You can't just buy the bronze one. You have to build it. Now, somebody told me that in Charlotte, they have a bronze one. So I might be able to buy it and get it shipped. That's what I'm going to ask about. But if they don't have exactly what I want, I'll have to build it myself. Am I going Urus on you guys for the Lambo? Nah. IDOC thought it was pretty cool though, but I think she wants a G-Wagon instead. It's in North Carolina, yeah. So build it, meaning that you have to get them to design it and send it over. Yeah, they just don't have, you know. You guys want an announcement when the winner from a flash firm is picked immediately? Looks like people said the answer is yes. All right. Build it special order, yeah. They don't just have, you know, most dealerships don't just have a lot of those kind of cars sitting on the lot. You know, it's their supercar version. So, you know, they had one and then it belonged to somebody else. And then when I went on the dealership, they had two, just literally two. And neither one of them were ones I wanted to get. So y'all are asking my y'all want to see a picture? Hold on. I will show y'all the picture. Hold on. That's the interior. Hold on, let me show y'all the picture. Hold on. Right here. That's the one. So originally I was going to get a bronze Vanquish. So this is the Vanquish right here. And this is the one they did have. And I wasn't a big fan of the matte black, like Batmobile looking color, which is pretty sweet looking, I thought. They have this one to buy, but I wanted the bronze one. And so the bronze one I want is this. I want to build this, right? I'm going to build this and take this home. This is the one they had that belonged to someone else. But I'm going to build exactly this for myself. But that's what I'm going to do. But in the meantime, I kind of want to get a car anyways. And I kind of fell in love with the DB12 they had. So I'm going to go buy this one today. Hold on. The green one is slick. IDOC liked the green one a lot. She kind of thought it was classy and she wanted me to get it. But I want to get, I like this sort of like black gunmetal, this one right here. So that's the one. It'll be nice for a you know, I like GT cars, you know that. It's just, it's not much different than the style of car I've always had. It's pretty much the same exact type of car as I had a Porsche Panamera, I have a Maserati Ghibli, and then with a Quadriporto is more along the lines of the Grand Touring type vehicle. But it's just like, I like sports, luxury sports. I don't like Lambo, Ferrari type sport. I don't like, you know, Audi S8 sort of like luxury. I like the luxury Grand Touring vehicle. It's always been my thing. So yeah, the bronze would be it. What does everyone think? Should I get the bronze one? Now the thing is, if I have to build the bronze one, I have to wait. It's going to take 6 months to get it. And I want a car now, so I might just buy the DB12. The DB12 is beautiful looking. I like it. That shiny gray one's pretty cool, right? But when you build it, you have to build the whole thing out. And the crazy thing is that when you build your own car, you know how it is. It's like building your own house. Once you go to that design center, building a house, you try to buy a house for like $800K, and then you put the doorknobs on it and the freaking custom cabinets, and all of a sudden your $800K house is like 1.3 million from all the upgrades. Dude, they can upgrade every single thing on this car. The design center is massive on the millions of options you can add to it. So, get both. Yeah, so I'm going to get both, actually. I'm going to get the DB12 and then put a down payment to build the Vantage. I mean, the Vanquish. So, yeah, I'm getting... I know I was going to get an Aston Martin. I'm getting two. I know. So, I'm going to trade the other one back in, though, when the new one comes out. I just want something for 6 months. I was like, can I short-term lease this for like 6 months until I get the other one built? He's like, we could work something out like that, but it's probably cheaper for you just to buy it. He's like, I'll cut you a deal on the Vanquish. You're going to trade this in 6 months. Yeah. I'm going to take a huge depreciation hit. I don't even care. I'm that excited about getting something. But I probably will lose 100K on that transaction. It's probably a dumb transaction, but I don't know. Then I decided maybe I'll just keep the DB12 and just call it a day. Yeah, the guy gets to design a bunch of cars just to sell. Idox in chat, yeah. He was like, oh, I designed this one. I put all the things in I thought was cool, and he just gets to build a couple of them every once in a while and then bring them in. They had a blue one, which was really nice, but I don't know. We just decided blue was too common looking, I think, so then we decided against it. But y'all got IDOC. She's here in chat. She was with me the whole time. Wasn't really a big fan of the blue one. Oops. It's the blue one is right here. This is a Vanquish. They have this color blue, and I just was like, eh. This one looked nicer, and I didn't think I would ever want to get the DB12, but it's nice. It's not bad. I love it. It looks great. Buy a car from Pat. It kind of has back seats, which is kind of nice. I don't think anybody can really sit back there, but it'll hold our groceries. But yeah, anyways, that would be today. As soon as they call us back, we'll have to head on out there. I'd be really excited to watch some of my options trades take off today. This bull market's pushing really strong. I'm super excited about. The question is, can you really afford it? Are you talking about me in the car? I hope so. It depends. The market does all right. Well, I hope so. The white wasn't bad, but the white is just too basic too. We thought the white was like so common. You know, when we almost settled on the green one because why go Aston and not get a green car? You know, that's like the racing color. It's so classic. Can a car afford you though? I don't know. I think it can't afford me because I'm pretty cheap. I'm a cheap date. I don't spend a lot of money on stuff. In Texas, it'll always be a little brown and dusty. That's right. I think, you know, I got to tell you what I'm really going to do. I really think I'm going to love the DB12 enough. I might not even go Vanquish yet. I just wanted to get one because they never had them for the last 6 years. They haven't had them, and now they finally brought them back for 26. So they cycle cars in and out. So I just have to get one before the end of the run. So what I might do is keep the 12 for a while and then just build a Vanquish towards like 2028 or 2029 or something if I like the 12. So as much as I say I want to buy 2 at once, I might just work out a pretty solid deal for this one and then drive that one for a couple years. Anyways. Will this be my first car I can take my black light into? LOL. There's LED lights on the trim, by the way. It's really nice. You can set it in the dash, and so it got this really cool illumination effect on the inside. You remember the early days of the show when Luke used to go crazy and give away like 100K, 150K pros all the time? Oh, yeah. What's up? Wait, what did Keith say? You never won 150K pro? Keith, I swear you've won at least once on my stream. You got an account for the songwriting contest. At least you won that. You got something out. You got something out of it with the Whoosh Fan song. Can I sync the lights to match your trade speed? Yeah. So whenever, you know, as influencers are like, you know, here's my watch, you know, take a picture of their watch with the logo of the steering wheel behind them or whatever. I'll make sure to match my P&L. It'll be red if I had a red day and green if I had a green day. That's perfect. Okay. Anyways, back to trading talk. If I were to make a very strong bet, I think that today's update is very significant into showing that the market has completely changed its dynamic off of the big selling pressure we have had. Unless something new comes out and scares the market, I don't think we're going to continue to sell off. I just don't. Why? Well, because all of this selling literally lined up right at expiration. And we saw when expiration happened, there were people just taking profit as quick as they could. And we ran up in the close, right? Which is pretty much like a sign of this just being a characteristic of this month. People sort of like overpriced volatility on the government shutdown, the lack of good data coming through, and then the changing dynamic of the Fed just kind of spooked people. And then we just rode down expiration where that dynamic shifted and we're back to being all right. Now, again, if we wake up tomorrow and we're down here and I'll eat my words, that's okay. The VIX being in constant decay and rejecting the backwardation midpoint is a very solid sign of a bull market. I'd like to see this stabilize into close to be really nice. At least after today, maybe tomorrow, we're back on path. I would love to see us be back on path above this 206 level on NASDAQ, which would be very close to that 60, oops, S&P on here. That 6,800 level on S&P. That would be essentially getting us right back on track. Like we basically were pushing down into expiration. NVIDIA pushed us up, then we reset, and then we're kind of back in the mix here. This would be post NVIDIA sort of move, which would be right on path with about here. So hopefully we get back on track and roll up for 3 or 4 more days. And I'd be completely stoked for that to happen. I'm certainly not bearish anymore. I'm not trying to fade this or short this. I'm very much in the line of just where do I get it on the long side. My 2 trades today, most of my trades were long. My 2 trades in the random challenge account, one was a long right here. One of them was a short right there. So I took that long leg, that short leg, took both of them, made some cash. The overall trades in my world record attempt accounts were all long. So I think they were all long. Anything I've said in the last week or half, I'm trying my best to be transparent and truthful, but I've had the flu. I have mush brain. My memory, I kind of blank out a little bit. So if I get tongue tied or say the wrong thing, you guys correct me if y'all know the answer, the actual answer. I still have what they call, brain fog or whatever. So I kind of don't forget what happened an hour ago. How do you guys feel about this overall market? That's my question. Are we back to the bull market? Dude, Bane, I got Bane Frog. Exactly. Are we back to bull market? That's the real question. When will we get the Black Friday special? I mean, I'm sure they'll make an announcement sometime this week. Don't they already have a deal going on right now for the pro accounts, right? Let me double check that. Is that going on? I don't want to say anything I'm not supposed to say. I know a lot of deals, but I don't know which ones I'm allowed to say or not allowed to say yet. You said I would gift you your old car? Oh, that's right. That's right. Don't let me forget that. I hit max options, 605 QQQ. You did? Mine are at 612 and 620, so I'm not there yet. Not there yet. And I really wish I would have traded the NDX. I just kind of jumped in to Qs because I was trying to get in quick. So some of you guys think we're not there yet. What do we think the biggest What do y'all think the biggest deterrent to a bull market is right now? What is the thing that has, like, what is the bearish reason? I want to know what people think is the reason the market's turning bearish. Like, what is the biggest contributing factor to the market selling off? Oh, max volume traded. Oh, okay. Thank you, Captain. So max volume on the 605 or 600. Okay. No liquidity and the Fed ran out of money. Well, yeah. So what's the reason for the no liquidity? Like, why are people not wanting to buy? No rate cuts in December. Is that probably it? Lack of data. The Epstein files release. Yeah, the Japan yen carry trade seems ominous. That's caused problems for us before, yeah. Looks like it's still hanging over our head. I think that's right. The Fed. It's the Fed. Give us the rate cuts already. Somebody just said fair value gap. That's the reason. End of the year profit taking plus uncertainty about AI. Yeah, that's a big part of it. Foreclosures are up. Somebody says bankruptcies are up. Auto loan delinquencies. Bankruptcies on what? Personal bankruptcy or corporates? Like, which bankruptcies are you talking about? So the open interest is the highest on 605s versus 600. Okay. That open interest is also from Friday's trading, right? So that number was where we solidified at the end of Friday. BMW's Isle of Man is your favorite green? Hold on. I love green, by the way. My favorite color is scarab green. Oh, yeah, that's it. That's a really sick color. I like that. So I have, IDOC bought me this in Mexico. Y'all might not be able to see it, but I have this right here on my like my skull bracelets and stuff. I got this one right here, this little bead right here, this green. That's the color that you're talking about. It's actually called scarab green. And it's after the scarab beetles, you know, like from ancient Egypt or whatever. They all had like scarabs, a big part of all their artwork and stuff. It's that shiny, iridescent, like black-green color. That's like literally this color right here. That's really, really nice. I love it. I'm a huge fan of it. But yeah, that if you say scarab green, it's going to be like, it's that color. It's that like same color right there. It's like my favorite color ever. So like anytime I have something that's that color, it's pretty sick. Iridescent kind of green with black in it in a way. I don't know, man. I love it so much. Crawl under your skin and eat you. I think scarab beetles are huge, if I'm not mistaken. They're like, they can fit in your hand. They're like really big. Greetings from Ecuador. What's up, Brady? Greetings back at you from Texas. It's a cool color. I don't know. For something, green always resonated with me. Maybe because I don't know. I really don't know why, but it's such a cool color. It's like just like a dark green. It's almost black. So the VIX, right? Here's a trick when it comes to the VIX. This is something that we created in our Rocket Scooter Bootcamp. Whenever you have VIX options, you can look at the difference between two options. VIX futures. You look at the difference between two futures contracts that are trading. Currently, right now, the front month is December 25. That's the contract in VIX. That's the spot month right now. You can look at F. When is January? Is F. January is trading at 21.23 right now. And December is trading at 20.25. You can see there's a difference. January is about $1.20 higher. And so January can also be traded right now. And January looks like this, okay? So while today's December looked like that, January looked like that. January is pricing in slightly higher than December is. And so we call this factor of, we call this contango. Sorry, I'm still brain fog from having the flu. This is contango. when the forward month is trading higher than the front month. This is the front, this is a forward. Forward just means in the future, 1 month forward. When the forward month is trading below, it's called backwardation. So what we do is on the options rollover of VIX index options, which is the third Wednesday of every month for the most part, unless there's a holiday, that third Wednesday, the Tuesday before is usually when you're going to want to roll over your futures contract. And this is November to December. And what you do is if you mark the midpoint between when November closes and December opens on that overnight, you find the middle. In the middle, we just give a nickname. We call it triple B. It's contango backwardation midpoint. We just call it triple B for short. That middle ground is a balancing point between basically pricing in volatility a month out versus pricing it in 2 months out. Front month is looking a month in the future. Forward month is looking 2 months in the future. And the discrepancies in how people perceive volatility at different points in time lead to that balancing act when you roll over, especially around expiration, to create a huge, like, sort of liquidity zone, if you may, at that middle ground, in the middle between the two contracts, where this one closes and this one opens on that particular Tuesday afternoon. The middle is always a high volume pivot every time. It's such a beautiful thing. It has everything to do with the balancing act of people perceiving volatility and pricing it ahead of time. And what happens when you get there and that volatility is not actually there. When you touch this triple B, it's always high volume every single time. See how there's a volume spike here, right? When you're getting there, there's always a lot of hedging going on in VIX, and it has everything to do with the options math. There's a million theories as to what causes this, but what we do know is if the market hits it and rejects it, then it's on path to be a bull market. The market hits this level and then breaks above it and keeps going, then you're in bad territory where the market is not going to be stable. It's going to be volatile and very sensitive to news and events. All last month, we basically sustained above that level, and the market was just choppy. This month, we're below it and in decay, and the market's been smooth riding for the last, 2 sessions, especially in the close on Friday. Last month, we went from September to October. So this is October, this is November, we're now in December. We were above the midpoint, which is just this red line right here, the entire time. So this month was crazy, this month was crazy. And now we're back to normal. And this usually is a signal of the end of the market. Like essentially no liquidity, right? Nobody acting on the market, and the market just sort of coasting to its balance point at expiration just allowed it to just fall and die. And now that we're back to a new month, people are back to kind of being okay. And so you can see that after we've rejected that level, this is when I bought the calls actually. As soon as VIX hit that, I'm loading up on calls, which is really nice. And ever since then, the index has been sort of stable. We're not getting like big reversals. We're not getting big 100-point dips in the NASDAQ. We just kind of walked straight up. Now, it doesn't mean we're bullish forever, but it does mean the market is certainly testing not being bearish. We're getting a lot of these shorts covering and getting squeezed right now because there's really just a little bit more volatility, a little bit more liquidity and less volatility than there was last month. And so we're not getting that press and press and press low where the market's just kind of been stable, which is nice to see, right? You can always use that as a gauge of how sensitive the market will be to news. Below this triple B, any news that comes out tomorrow or the next day is not going to be giant red candle news like this. It's going to basically be internal to the day, as that's a signal that liquidity is probably there. At least that's how I use it to trade with. So in that environment, like where we are now, I'm more inclined to buy dips than I am to get out of the way like the market's going to crash. So if that peak is broken, we'll become an upward trend. Yeah, so if you break through that white dashed line, then the market is overly sensitive to chaos. We underprice volatility, and we got there, and then the market's actually not liquid at all, and there's no hedging against that illiquidity, and then people rush in and start buying puts really quick and jumping in VIX calls very quick, and the market is very chaotic to anything that happens. Any wrench that's thrown at the market's going to respond very rapidly and crazily. When VIX is below that level, it's very not so sensitive to news. The market will absorb a lot of bad information because it's very liquid. So you'll get very tight moves. in that environment. Yeah. So it's a good, I don't have a target for VIX. You can never have a target for VIX. You can only use that because the VIX is not something that's like trending. VIX is in perpetual decay. It's a sign of panic in the market where people sporadically are placing their options bets for shorter term. It's that midpoint on VIX futures that is like one of the only tricks I've ever been able to get from the VIX to understand the market's anticipation of its own sensitivity or not. What's my bias? Extremely bullish right now. I'm pretty bullish on all my plays. Yeah. Yeah, Friday in the middle of the selling, I loaded up on calls, which was a fantastic. I had the calls that I held through, and I bought some more here. So right when VIX hit that triple B, whenever it was, like mid-morning, I loaded up on calls. So just to swing it through. You'll let you see. All right, yeah, it's a great indicator, and all you have to tell yourself is when VIX is below that number, VIX futures, that you're going to have sharper pivots. You're going to hit your pivot and turn around and rally. Like today's a great example. Like bull zone, look, it just hit that pivot and it rallied. If we were above that same number, it would dance around and fight around and like just chop all around before it rallies. So you get nice, tight V-shaped pivots more often when the liquidity is there and you underpriced liquidity and overpriced volatility. Calls expire. I have some that expire this Friday. I have some that expire on December the 8th on Monday. So some of them expire Friday and the rest of them expire in 2 Mondays. Very short-term, aggressive, out-of-money calls. 6/12 for this Friday, 6/20 for 2 Mondays. Yep. All right, I'm out. I'll see y'all later. Y'all can come hang out in my stream for a little bit. And I'll be there until I got to run and head up to the dealership. Hopefully, I can get some streaming in before that. And we'll check y'all later. Here's the link. Y'all come hang out with me. You don't have to go home. You can't stay here. It's the end of the show. Don't forget to check Steven Galatian out tonight. The Asian session is fantastic. It always is. I tune in when I can. I'm usually there moderating. So I'll be there. And hopefully you guys will be there too. And if not, we'll see y'all later. I'm out. And y'all have a great day.
Yeah. Charts scribbled like hieroglyphs, secrets in the mist. Candlesticks whisper, every wick got a twist. Fibonacci spiral, price dance in a trance. Pyramids of profits if you catch the right glance.
Inner circle move, shadows on the screen. Trading on the edge, chasing that dream. Cipher in the candles, fortune in the haze. The cipher in the riddle, money through the maze.
Liquidity hunt, snipers in the dark. Stop loss graves marked by the market shark. Order block sermons, preaching through the pain. Catch the ICT code, ride the profit train.